I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. It is 6 PM. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, June 6, 2023. Um, just let me, okay, okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk, for doing that errand for me. If you'd call the roll, please.
I will. Tim Hale.
Here.
Stephanie Nowers, are you on the line? Madam Mayor, I am expecting Stephanie Nowers. Dee McKee. Robert Yent.
Here.
Moki 2.
Here.
Dimitri Fonoff, are you on the phone?
Yes, I'm on the phone. I'm here.
Thank you. And Ron Bernier.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything on the agenda that members would like to pull, either from the consent agenda or other? Looks like some people are looking through some stuff, so I may give them a moment to. Yes, go ahead. Assemblyperson McKee, turn your mic on, please. Thank you.
Can you pull it down too, please?
Wow. Thank you kindly. Where is it? AM 23040. I think that's the only one I was looking at. Yeah. That was the only one. Thank you. I'm sorry, what? 23040, which is approval of change order, blah, 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 for $596,000 for the, whatever geomatics are, in support of the Port McKenzie Rail Extension Project.
Okay. Anything else to be pulled? Already? Hearing none besides that, the agenda is approved. If you will all stand, and Mr. Attorney, will you lead us in the pledge since you're all dressed up for tonight?
Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And so I do have a proclamation. I'm going to come down there. And then Andrea and your wife, if you'll come and meet me down there. Good side of it.
He was forced. Don't tell him what to pull.
Is that right? So I'm going to read the proclamation, and I can give this to you now, and or I can keep it and give it to you on the 19th when you do the ceremony, whichever one you would want.
Okay.
Okay. Like that, I'm going to go this way, so I don't have to go over. Whereas the Matanuska-Susitna Borough is a community that values diversity and equality for all its residents, and whereas Juneteenth, also known as Emancipation Day, is a significant historical event commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans in the United States, and whereas on June 19th, 1865, Union General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, to announce the end of the Civil War and deliver General Order Number 3, which proclaimed freedom for all the remaining enslaved people in the state. And whereas recognizing Juneteenth in the borough will provide an opportunity for education, reflection, and unity among our diverse population, This day serves as a reminder of the importance of continual support for racial justice, equality, and the pursuit of freedom for all people. Now therefore, I, Edna DeVries, Mayor of the Matsu Borough, do hereby proclaim Monday, June 19th, 2023 is Juneteenth.
Downtown Palmer on the 19th, 10 to 5. Sorry about the advertisement.
So let the record show that Assemblyperson Nowers arrived at 6:04 PM. The next item on our agenda is the minutes of the preceding meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes that are being presented? Okay, seeing and hearing none, the minutes are approved as presented. Do we have a report from any of the three cities? Okay. We have a report from the school district. Okay. We have a report from the state. Thanks, Todd.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, and residents, Matsu. Todd Smolden with the Governor's Office. I know it's going to be a busy meeting tonight, so I won't take up a whole lot of time, but I did want to be here in case you had any questions. The biggest issue that people are asking me questions about, of course, is the budget and when the governor will take action on that. And I will say that it still hasn't been transmitted to him officially, so he can't take any official action until the budget is actually transmitted to him officially. He is reviewing it. He anticipates taking action on it, vetoes, signing it as quickly as possible, because he knows there are a lot of people who are looking to see what the final budget will be as far as vetoes, especially school district, other nonprofits that might have grant funding attached to the budget, and of course cities and boroughs as well. So that's about all I have, but I can take questions if anybody has them.
Okay, those questions by the Assembly? No, I guess making it easy on you tonight, sir.
All right, thank you.
The next item under committee reports, it's my understanding there was a joint Assembly School Board and Assembly Committee on School Issues. And Deputy Mayor, are you the one going to do the report, or all three of you going to chime in? Or?
In all fairness, I think any one of us could.
Okay.
Yeah, it was my first joint meeting with them. It's my first one on the board. And I thought it was a great meeting. We touched on a lot of good things and kind of set out a schedule for the rest of the year. I think the plan right now is to meet monthly until ourselves and the school board members feel as though that we've gotten to a point where we could maybe swap to quarterly. But they had a great presentation, a lot of good updates. And, you know, we, of course, got some code changes coming forward this summer that expire, and we were able to discuss all of that. So, yeah, I thought it was a great first meeting for myself, and I look forward to next month. That's all I got.
Okay. Assemblyperson Nowers or Assemblyperson McKee, would you like to add? Go ahead.
Yeah, I would. It really was productive. It was a really good venue to get things discussed. One thing that they mentioned, am I allowed to say it was an open meeting? I mean, people could be there, about the library thing there. The school libraries are getting it with the IT folks to let parents know if a child checks out a book in the day, they will be notified on Parent View that night. So I thought, whoa, that's amazing. That would just head off a lot of problems. And so I just wanted to bring that up. That was a really good move on the part of the district.
Okay. Assembly person hours?
I would just say we were going to meet monthly, but next month we would not have a meeting. So that would be starting in August. And the other thing we did get an update on was the status of school negotiations. So where those are at. And then there was a series of questions Ms. McKee had submitted written to just kind of answer the question of where the funding is going, how it is being spent, and with the goal of the school board and the assembly just better understand things on both ends. So we're both bodies are pulling in the same direction, have the same information. So
Okay. Assembly, anybody have any questions of the three? No? Okay. The next item under committee reports is Assembly Public Relations. Are there any public relations reports from any of the Assembly? Okay. The next item is manager comments. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the Assembly had requested a conversation or an update about forestry management practices. So we have the State Forester, Helge Eng, with us tonight. And if I butchered your name at all, Helge, please let me know and correct it for the record when you come up. Your timing is impeccable. I was looking and I was like, I hope he makes it here. We'll have his slides, and then he'll be followed by the Borough Forester Land Management Agent, Emerson Kruger. So we'll give you an update, and Assembly, feel free to ask questions. This was intended to provide you some background and context for timber sales, and then just forestry management practices. Obviously, the state has the preponderance of public lands within the borough. The public may not necessarily know that, so it's really appreciate the state being here tonight and providing this update. So with that, sir, I'll turn it over to you.
Good evening. My name is Helge Eng. I'm the director of the Division of Forestry and Fire Protection and the Alaska State Forester, and I'm going to give you a little bit of background on our timber sales and our fuels mitigation efforts on state lands in the valley. And I've got a couple of able assistants with me, Stephen Nickel and our fire fuels reduction specialist, Brian Carver. So I'll just launch into it, and at any time, feel free to ask questions.
Let me get that.
There we go.
Can you do it one more time and see if it works? There we
It
go.
worked.
We're good.
So yeah, again, emphasize, just jump in and ask questions anytime. I just don't want to run through a monologue. State land timber sales, we go through a fairly rigorous process, which has a lot of public input. In fact, 4 stages to be precise. There is the regional plan, the area plan, as well as state forest management plans for our state forests. That's followed by a 5-year schedule of timber sales where we plan ahead. And again, that's intended for public input to get ideas of where we should put timber sales next, followed by a best interest finding. And I'll get into that in a little bit. We could sell the timber right after that stage, but we usually wait until we have the more site-specific forest land use plan in place. So again, these are 4 stages where the public has input and can comment on any timber sale and any logging on state land. Wrong way. Let's try this. So the regional plans, you're maybe familiar with this. Area plans are developed for most of the state. And we harvest timber on forestry, general use, and settlement classifications on state lands. We focus on forestry classifications, obviously, first and foremost, but the other 2 are also available. And this just gives you an overview of the state and the different area plans developed by the Department of Natural Resources. So,
Is it not going again? Go ahead, try it.
this thing needs new batteries. There we go. The 5-year schedule timber sales is kind of the next step down to a more detailed level. And as the name implies, that's really an overview of our proposed timber sales. And it's not a plan. It really is a opportunity for public and agency comment that will inform our decisions on where to put timber sales. All right. And then getting more specific here down to a best interest finding, which is the decision document. And that's where we make the decision if a timber sale is in the state's best interest. Again, public comment and review. And then lastly, without belaboring the point, a forest land use plan. Once we have decided that a timber sale is the best way to go forward, a forest land use plan then presents detailed information on how to do that timber sale. And again, subject to significant public input comment. This particular sale is in the southeast, but just illustrates the concept. And then in addition to these 4 planning levels, there are additional safeguards on timber harvests. This applies to state land as well as borough lands and anywhere else. Anywhere you harvest timber in Alaska outside federal lands, you have to comply with the Alaska Forest Resources and Practices Act, also known as FERPA, which notably protects fish habitat, water quality. It ensures prompt reforestation. It requires sound road layout, road maintenance, and other things to balance protection of the environment with harvesting the timber that goes into building the houses that we live in, which is the reason we harvest timber. So the final steps then would be letting the contract to a purchaser and administering the sale, conducting inspections, making sure that reforestation does indeed occur, and that the sideboards of the contract are met. So all of this would work just beautifully if there wasn't for this little rascal, also known as the spruce beetle. When you get a few million of those together, they can do some real damage. And we all know here is the cumulative damage in orange over 5 years, about 1.6, 2 million acres, give or take. And that's a lot of dead trees. Needless to say, that has some ramifications both ecologically and fire safety wise. I think the good news is that if you look at our data going back to 1990, you see the circle there on the right of the graph shows that significant downward dip in the data of acres impacted. Our experts, these are people that have PhDs in this kind of stuff. They study the beetle, they go out and monitor and follow its activity. There seems to be some consensus that the outbreak may be receding, and we will see. We shall see. Time will tell, but that's an encouraging piece of data there from 2018 onward. So what are we doing in this area? We are putting up beetle kill timber sales for this area on state lands. And again, the emphasis is on getting out dead trees while they still have commercial value and they can be utilized and provide revenue, employment, and benefits before they rot on the stump and become a fire hazard. So the mechanism for these kinds of sales are often known as salvage sales. They can be regular timber sales, but there is a provision in the statutes for so-called salvage sales, which gives you a lesser burden for processing and implementing the sales. So here are some of the local sales that timber sales that we are planning to put out for bid. This is the Houston Harvest Block, and we also have the Willard Cache Harvest Unit, and Stephen can speak more to this if you want more detail. He's the one that actually developed these sales. He does all the work. I just go to the meetings. This is the West Petersville Harvest Block, and finally the Fish Creek Harvest Block. So all of these are going forward now as we speak. The best interest finding is in the works, and we plan to roll out these sales. This is a fuel break, an example of our hazardous fuels mitigation efforts. And as you can see, the next slide is actually probably more illustrative of the concept. In the summer, this fuel break will not necessarily stop a fire, but it will enable our firefighters to come in, take a stand, and fire back from the fuel break, and have a much better chance at controlling the fire at a smaller footprint before it hits residential areas. So these things require a lot of work, often hand labor, and they grow back. You have to them over time, so they're an expensive proposition, but in terms of dollars of fire suppression costs saved, they are well worth the effort, and fuel breaks have proven themselves to be one of the most effective fire prevention treatments that we can do. And I think that's, here's the outline of the fuel breaks that we have of note in the area. You have the Sunset fuel breaks, Meadow Lakes in Houston, almost completed, 112 acres. It's pretty extensive, pretty large. The Lynx Lake effort is about 7.5 miles in length. It's a shaded fuel break, which really means that you leave a number of trees behind to provide the shade from the canopy that will then hopefully prevent regrowth in the understory as new vegetation grows in. So that shade will hopefully keep too much sunlight from reaching the forest floor and preventing the vegetation from growing back too quickly. And besides, it's arguably more visually, aesthetically pleasing to some than a bare fuel break, for lack of a better term. Also improves access and ingress and egress for firefighters, and in a pinch for people to get out if a fire occurs, which is often a significant problem during wildfires. And lastly, the Caswell fuel break, about 3 miles in length. And as it says, we're working there to improve access and egress through a shaded fuel break alongside the road. I think that's all I had. So that's a fair amount of information, but be happy to provide more information or answer any questions you may have.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Annually, how much would you say the state spends on this program per year? Fire mitigation, clearing?
We have it's a good question. We have a state-funded pot of about $17 million in CIP funding. We are down to about $10 million left of that. We're also continually applying for federal grants. The federal government gets it. They are providing significant funding through the IIJA, BIL funding, and we are actually applying for the next funding round that starts in July for these kinds of efforts, both community wildfire protection plans as well as implementation of actual projects.
And just curious of that money, so you're saying approximately 17 million per year annually. Do you know what percentage of that is spent in the Matsu Borough, or is that?
It's actually not 17 million annually. I wish it were, but it's 17 total over the last few years. I don't have the Matsu Borough off the top of my head. Maybe Brian or Stephen, if they're here. There's Stephen.
Don't have the number off the top of my head, but the Sunset project was about $600,000.
Sir, can I have you come to the mic so we can get it recorded? Thank you very much.
Sorry about that. Hey, I'm Steve Nickel. I'm the area forester here for the Matsu and Southwest areas. So the Sunset project, the big clearing that you were seeing the pictures of, that was a mechanical treated, or primarily a mechanically treated project. That one was just shy of $600,000. Took a couple months to complete. We have our firefighters, when they're not working fires or other projects, they are working on some of those riparian corridors there, which is doing the shaded field break that Helge was alluding to earlier. That one, I think the human portion of that was close to 300,000 there. And then I can't remember off the top of my head, the Caswell and the Lynx Lake ones, but those are again funded through some of our federal grants that we've applied for over the years, probably in the $200,000 range for each of those or something like that. So that's a rough estimate for you. And those are the ones that are currently being used or being worked on right now.
Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen.
Thanks, Aaron.
So Stephen is our field forester that actually lays out all these projects and gets things done. I just work in the office. But needless to say, the image of the Matsu Valley and the beetle epidemic is pretty telling, and that is where a lot of our efforts are going to be going into, in addition to the interior.
Assemblyperson 2.
Through the mayor, how many salvage timber sales have you sold?
All told, or this year?
Yeah, say through the year, basically. A yearly average of salvage timber sales.
Rough estimate off the top of my head, probably a handful, but it varies and it adds up over time.
Handfuls, 5 or 7 or something a year, probably, or something like that.
I should probably find the actual number for you rather than
okay, thank
just
you.
Speculating off the top of my head. I'll find the number.
Go ahead, sir.
So is it fair to say that the state probably spends more money of the state in grants and that kind of stuff doing the work themselves? Or does it sound like that you actually sell it to private industry to take care of more of that spruce bark beetle kill salvage sale type material?
If it is a timber sale, we sell it to either a negotiated sale to a contractor or to the highest bidder. So it's always going to be a contractor. We do projects ourselves, like the fuel breaks we showed there, but we actually prefer to do timber sales because number one, it brings in revenue, and number two, as you alluded to, it employs contractors and provides jobs and employment in the private sector. And I should add that salvage sales is just a part of the timber sale picture. We also sell what, well, for lack of a better term, regular timber sales, competitive sales, and negotiated sales. So again, I can get you the number and the acres, but it's fairly significant, and we like to think we're making progress on both beetle kill timber as well as responding to the governor's mandate to increase growth in the forestry sector and increase economic activity in that sector.
I think maybe I didn't quite ask the question right. Maybe is there more acres developed or cut by the state or by private sector? That's what I probably should have said.
I want to make sure I provide a quality answer to that question because there is comparatively very little privately owned timberland in Alaska compared with other states. It's largely native corporations, and then there's federal land and state lands. But when we harvest timber on state land, a timber sale is usually done by a private contractor that bids on the sale.
Assembly person.
Thank you.
Do you have programs for, say, residents with large amounts of beetle kill that they could apply for mitigation to get rid of the beetle kill?
We do have the option for these kinds of timber sales and salvage sales. There is our stewardship program, which provides technical assistance to landowners. And there is, of course, the opportunity then with the assistance of our stewardship forester to implement projects. So in addition, I believe there may be federal funding for landowners for dead tree removal, but I'm not entirely up on that.
Thank you.
Further questions by assembly members? I guess not. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is Emerson Kruger. I work in the Borough Land Management Division. I just want to say thank you to Mr. Eng for coming out and addressing you tonight. I really appreciate it. I have a brief presentation for you on timber harvest in the borough on borough-owned forest land. So just to frame it for you, I'm going to run through it pretty quick. If I touch on something that raises a question in your mind, please feel free to interrupt me. Oh boy. Okay, that went fast. Okay, so forest health. The data available for borough forest land shows that most of our forest is declining. A majority of our forest is in marginal to poor health. Now, if we were somewhere else, like in the lower 48, and we had high dollar timber, it would probably be owned by a major timber company, and they would invest millions of dollars into taking care of the trees. They'd hire contractors, they'd go in, they'd thin, they'd make sure that the trees had the room and the access to the daylight that they needed to grow tall and healthy. That doesn't happen in Alaska very often. And really nobody up here is paying a contractor to go into their forest land to thin the trees to improve forest health. What we see is the state and the feds are paying firefighters to put wildfires out, and they're paying contractors to do targeted thins to reduce fire danger. Oh geez, that went the wrong way. Okay, so forest health graphically. Let me just make it real simple. So this is borough forest land, forest health data summarized into a pie chart. What it shows is there's about 17% of the borough-owned forest land that's considered to be in good health. To translate that into acres for you, for those of you that think spatially, we own about 79,000, 363 acres of forest land. So that 17% means out of that roughly 80,000 acres, there's about 13,000 acres of borough forest land that's in good health. And we attribute that to past timber harvests, forest fires, and floods. And there's some areas that do just fine without any of that, but overall it needs a big disturbance to regenerate into young, healthy forest. So the remaining 83%, the yellow in the red, that's about 65,870 acres of borough forest land that's in marginal to poor health. That forest will continue to decline unless it's harvested, burned, or otherwise cleared. Now, as an aside, sustainably logging our borough forest land to good health would require the harvest of about 1,000 acres a year. I don't think we've ever gotten there, but that's what it would take. On an 80-year rotation, we'd have to harvest 1,000 acres a year to get through all our forest land so that at the end of that 80-year period, that first acre is mature forest. Okay, so another headline, wildfire, right? Forest health, wildfire, they're connected. Just highlights, in 2015, the Sockeye fire burned over 7,000 acres and 40 structures in Willow. 4 years later, in 2019, the McKinley and Deshka Landing wildfires in the Northern Valley burned 5,000 acres and 52 homes. Now, these photographs on the slide I took last week, and they show the burned standing dead birch trees with everything else greening up around them. So that what I'm emphasizing here is that our birch forests are susceptible to wildfire. And in fact, the 83% of marginal to poor health forest is more susceptible to wildfire because there's more dead wood in the forest. Our borough timber harvests target large diameter trees. Removing the large diameter trees make way for the young trees to grow in their place. Okay, right? Okay, so I've touched on it a couple of times, forest management, and how we achieve it, right? So elsewhere, forest management is generally contract thinning. You pay somebody to go in and you remove some of the trees, and you do it a number of times as your trees are getting bigger so that when your trees grow up, they're the most valuable. It doesn't happen here. What we see here is like what Mr. Eng showed you pictures of what the state is doing, and I've got a picture of it in my slide because it's amazing, right? I mean, they cleared a 200-foot wide swath 6 miles long on the north shore of the Little Susitna River. And it cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it protects a key area of the borough from a large swath of unmanaged forest. So several $100,000 to treat 130 acres, and there's thousands of acres behind it that's untreated, right? So that kind of forest management where we go in and we pay somebody to remove the trees to thin to improve forest health, it's not realistic here at this time. So another option is commercial timber harvest, right? So borough commercial timber sales are a thing. We've been selling timber commercially since we were a borough, since 1964. And in 2011, the borough mimicked the state's requirement for a 5-year timber harvest schedule. It's in borough code. We have to do it. So we started doing our, I didn't touch it that time. We started doing our own 5-year timber harvest schedule in 2011. We've been doing it since then. So we've been doing commercial timber sales in this 5-year schedule process for over a decade, and we've sold 1 sale since 2011, 77 acres. I'll show you a great picture of it in a minute. So that doesn't seem to be working. Our track record of over the last 10 years isn't great. So salvage sales is a third option. The salvage sales are intended for forest health, the kind that I'm talking about. They can occur wherever the need is identified and the market forces would support it. So a little bit more detail on the borough salvage sales. They're a new tool. I wish we could have offered them over the last 10 years as the beetles were decimating our most valuable stock, the white spruce that was out there. We lost a lot of good spruce trees that we just couldn't get to in time. So MSB 23.20.167, which is timber salvage for forest health, that's in Borough Code. It was adopted by the Assembly October 5th, 2021, so just a couple years ago. And since then, 5 salvage timber harvests have been approved on 826 acres. They're underway. One has been completed, 100 acres. The beetle kills have been salvaged off of it. It's done. The other 726 acres are being actively harvested right now. So, I'm sorry.
Great job.
Thank you. I just want to point out in the photograph on this slide, it shows a beautiful live edge birch countertop. Let me go back. That was locally milled and kiln dried and installed in a local business. So that was from a borough timber sale. So the local market, our local timber industry can harvest a couple hundred acres a year, and our local timber stays local. It gets made into local timber products that get consumed locally. We don't have any new salvage timber sales available right now. What we have are, we've identified a few hundred acres that we believe are suitable for salvage timber, and we hope to roll them out this fall. So no new timber salvage opportunities coming in the next couple months. Sorry about the slides. And just as another aside, this photograph is of that 100-acre beetle kill salvage sale that was approved in 2021 and is finished. Okay, so borough timber harvests, both commercial and salvage, are designed to comply with both the state and borough regulations that protect human health and the environment. Our timber sales are laid out to mimic natural disturbances, following the undulating borders of natural features such as wetlands and streams. Our salvage sales target old, dying, diseased, and threatened trees to make room for younger trees to grow. And removing wood from the forest and encouraging healthy forest growth reduces wildfire danger. Borough timber sales are harvested by local Alaskans that reinvest their earnings into Alaska. Okay, now the fun part. I'm going to show you pictures of actual borough timber sales. And we're going to go backwards in time, starting with most recent. Commercial timber sale outside of the 5-year process. It was off of Yoder Road in the Northern Valley off Talkeetna Spur. It was approved in 2021, and the photograph was taken 3 weeks after the harvest was approved. So on the photograph, you can see some stumps, you can see a skid trail, and you can see the trees that were too small to be included in the timber harvest. We refer to those as the residuals. So there's trees that are too small to get cut, they get left behind. That's what they look like. The trail that they're dragging the trees out on, that's a key point. I'm going to point it out in the older timber sales so you can see what they look like. So a different timber sale, this one's 5 years old. It finished in 2018. It's in the Willow area. And you can see an area where they drug the trees out. It's devoid of any big diameter, pull timber. You can see some of the stumps of the bigger trees that were included in the timber sale. Evident in the photograph are remaining live spruce and small diameter birch. The cleared area is a big deal in timber sales. Let me back up. They're required to clear a certain amount of area because the tree species, the birch and the white spruce that we have, they need the area cleared of organics to have time to germinate before the grass comes back in and shades them out. So the loggers are required by state regulation to push the dirt out of the way, essentially, so that the trees can grow up before the grass comes in. That doesn't look great at first, but here's 5 years later, and you can see that brownish reddish color in the center of the photograph. That's all young birch trees. So thick you can't walk through it without touching them. So it's working. All right, now we're going to go back 20 years. I could go back further, but it starts getting harder to see. So this is a photograph of an area that was harvested in the Willow area 20 years ago. And the bigger trees are those trees that were too small 20 years ago to get harvested, so they got left there. And then the younger growth is, over my head tall, except for what's been eaten by the moose, right? So the moose, they love the timber sales because it's a smorgasbord of young growth and paths so that they can walk through in the wintertime. So I jumped ahead a little bit too fast there. The remote got me. Okay, so the disturbance of the timber harvest is required to stimulate the healthy growth in the forest. Timber is a renewable resource. If we manage it properly, the forest can provide timber indefinitely, right? So our timber harvests are intended to support the local economy, reduce wildfire danger, and improve forest health. We're trying to focus these salvage sales in areas with poor forest health where residential development would benefit from wildfire danger reduction, getting the wood out of the woods. So do you guys have any questions?
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I got a couple, and if you could back up on your slides, it may help. So if you could go to the pie chart a little bit farther. There we go. So this is 14-year-old information, or this is from 2009. How often do you guys update that? Or is that the feds that do that, or is it here at the borough that we're supposed to do this? Or this is the forest health as of 2009, but I assume we don't have a more recent one, or we would be showing that tonight. Is that correct?
That is correct. The recommendation is to inventory your forest land on a decadal basis, so every 10 years. And the cost is pretty high. And there was a transition in how we perceived our forest in the early 2000s, where we valued our timber very highly in the 80s and 90s. And what we saw was the trees kept getting older and the harvest didn't happen. And now we're in the condition illustrated in the pie chart. And our thought is, unless something major happens to a majority of the forest land, it's kind of easy to tell what the condition is just by looking at the activity. We haven't had enough activity to make a big change.
In your professional opinion, since 2009, do you think the yellow and the red increased, or do you think they decreased?
I think the yellow probably decreased and the red increased. I think we've seen more of our marginal forest land go into the red.
And you had stated earlier that it's fires, floods, and timber mitigation like this, or cutting, that helps rejuvenate those, correct?
Correct.
And that's pretty much the only three things that help with that? Or
And an ice age.
And an ice age. Okay, hopefully no more of those. Thank you. Do you know, and this may be a tough question to answer, sir, but do you know off the top of your head what, or anybody, if any of our staff does, but what percentage of the land in the Mat-Su Borough is actually controlled by the Mat-Su Borough, and how much is state and federal? I believe our piece of the pie is pretty small, I believe.
So this is rough numbers, but I have looked at the breakdown, and the borough owns about 2% of the borough. Private ownership accounts for about 2% of the borough. Native corporations own about 2% of the borough. There's another one, and then the state has about 90.
And the feds none?
It's marginal, right? I think it's Denali National Park, and it's just a piece of that park.
Okay, and then can you please explain to us kind of the difference between a salvage and a commercial? And I think I got this, but I just want to confirm. A salvage one is where people pay us to go in there and do it, right? So we put that out, and the highest bidder is awarded the project, and they're actually paying us to go do the cutting, correct?
That's correct.
And then a commercial one is where we're paying them to do it? No?
No, the major difference between commercial and salvage timber are the commercial timber targets the large tracts of borough land that's contained in natural resource management units, and it's part of this long, thorough planning process to develop this schedule. And the salvage harvest on the ground looks just like a commercial harvest, and the contract reads just like a commercial harvest. But the process for bringing a salvage harvest opportunity to market is evaluating the forest health and the access and the merchantability of the affected trees. And it's a shorter process to then say, wow, this forest would benefit from some harvest. Let's see if we can get it there.
Okay, so then both of them then, salvage and commercial, are where private sector is paying us to go do the work, correct?
Correct.
And then the fire mitigation done by the state or the feds or by the borough, whoever, is when we're paying them to go do it, correct?
That's right.
Okay. The Montana Creek harvest, can you please pull that back up again? There we go. So when I think of like harvesting, and I don't cut trees down for a living, so I think of that. I think about like those fire breaks where you go in and they cut it all down. But what you're saying is if it's not an intentional fire break that's really wide and miles long, like the state's doing, when we do these timber sales, that they actually leave a lot of trees up.
That's correct.
It's not, is that because A, we ask them to, or B, because there's just no value in the small trees? Or a combination maybe of both?
So it boils down to economics and what's required in the state regulation. Mr. Eng mentioned the Alaska Forest and Resource Practices Act. That sets guidelines for what has to occur after a timber harvest. And it has a certain number of trees per acre of different size classes that have to be there after the harvest is complete. And the reality is it's a lot cheaper to leave a 2-inch tree in the ground than it is to try to replace it. And so the operators, they move around those trees and they try to leave as many as they can unaffected by the timber harvest, because then they get credit for it after the harvest is over. So the more they can leave, the less it costs in scarification or other treatment requirements afterwards.
Thank you.
Assembly person hours.
Through the mayor, just, so obviously we'd love to get the spruce beetle cleaned out, and we'd love to do it in the cheapest way possible, which ideally would be commercial sales because you get more for your dollar, for your timber there. And then salvage sales would be second, and then paying the state or paying people to do it would be the last. But our success has not been great with the commercial sales. And I was just curious, if the state's commercial sales have equally not been as successful in terms of attracting buyers, and what you think is the difference between that and the salvage sales. Is it, is it economic? It's just more economic, that the salvage sales are a better deal for folks because they're smaller pieces. But first question is just whether the state has seen better luck with their commercial sales, and then any opinion you have on why, either of you, on what has not been attractive about those commercial sales. Is it our type of timber? Is it just economics?
It's an excellent question, and I didn't mean to push Emerson away, but we've been thinking a lot about this, and there's a variety of reasons. Alaska is unique for various reasons, for better or for worse. There are long distances, and so number one, there may not be a road to the timber to begin with, and roads are very expensive to construct. So that has to subtract out of the revenue that the timber provides. even if there is a road, there may be a long distance to the sawmill or the processing facility, and that may kill any profit. You can only pay for gasoline for a log truck to haul timber so far. Timber is heavy before it becomes uneconomical. And lastly, if you look at the slide, the Matsu Valley does not have contiguous unbroken stands of high quality white spruce saw timber. We wish it did, but there's a lot of beetle kill trees that may not be top dollar anymore because they have already been affected by decomposition, and there's a lot of hardwoods. So combination of those three factors makes it challenging, and we have had discussions about what we can do to help attract more bidders to our timber sales, such as lowering the sales to our cost so that we do not make money on the sale, but we only cover our staff costs in preparing the sale. We have looked at other options like potentially giving bidders a break on their deposit, their payment in installments, and other options. But it is a challenging problem, but we're working on it.
One quick follow-up. So it's the quality of our timber not being great and the high cost of getting it to market. Will the legislation at the state that would allow certified lumber to be used, would that have any impact on, do you think, on the economics as the type of timber we have? Would that make a difference for folks because they'd be able to use more of it here in Alaska for a higher value product?
Time will tell, obviously, but I am optimistic that it will. The division was actually fairly instrumental in pushing that forward, and Jeremy Dowles, our Northern Region Forester, was one of the brains behind that. I've been talking to some sawmill operators like Andrew Traxler up in Big Lake, and if he can mill his timber at lower cost by self-certifying under the new legislation, he can then afford to pay the loggers more for the logs. So it goes back through the value chain. So we're hopeful that that will also make a difference, positive difference.
Deputy Mayor, do you have some comments?
One more question for either one of you. You had mentioned for us to worry about our acres, our 80,000 acres. It'd take about 1,000 acres per year for that 80-year cycle, right? Do we know, or do you have any indication of how many acres a year that we would have to cut to fuel, I guess, our local, mill shops and all that, right? Have they ever, as private sector, ever let you know how much that they could use per year? I know that they are building house packages out here in the valley. They're doing other things. They're making a lot of products out of it. Do we know how much they can use per year right now, approximately?
It's a moving target. It's a tough question to answer definitively. It's different in each year, and it's driven in part by the quality of the timber that's coming out of the forest. 10, 15, 20 years ago when we had mature spruce, there might have been a way to ratchet up the number of acres each year to supply the mills for the cabin kits, the rough cut lumber, and the saw logs, cabin logs. Right now, with the overmature condition of the birch and the majority of the spruce being dead, hopefully standing dead, but I think most of it's laying down dead. I think a couple hundred acres is going to be enough for the near term. But it's my goal to try to grow that by providing some consistency and really working with the operators to show them that it's a business worth investing in because they're going to get what they need to be successful here.
Thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale, and then Assemblyperson McKee, and then if we can, we'd sort of like to wrap it
Yeah,
up.
thanks. I think I have a
Fill up
pretty
people.
quick question. I have this idea in my head and I'd like to find out if it's correct that commercial sale is more about like a quality timber and our salvage sales are more about like fire suppression and prevention type efforts where we're seeing the degrading forest and we just get the junk out of there so it doesn't burn. That's kind of where I have it in my head. That's kind of what we're looking at?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, one of the last pages, it's MSD timber harvest.
Assemblymember McKee, could you please turn on your
Sorry, I
mic?
should either
Thank
yell
you.
or turn on my mic, right? Okay, we'll go with the mic. The one that says MSB timber harvest results, and then that last line is really cool. Note the heavy moose browse. Is there anything, I'm sure there must be studies that say, okay, we did this, no, we got all this moose browse, the moose are moving in. Is there anybody that does studies that show how these things bring the moose? Like in numbers, maybe? Change in population?
So I haven't read a lot of them, but the one that I read most recently was the Matanuska Moose Range Management Plan, where it talks about the Fish and Game doing that. They go in and they clear an area to encourage birch tree regeneration in the moose range to feed more moose, to increase the moose population. So I know that that is a local tactic to help support the local moose.
It'd be cool if you had statistics that said, there were 42 here, another 89 kind of thing. See, just,
I would be happy to try to dig those up.
oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay, so can we wrap it up and move on to the next?
I have a quick question. This is Dimitri phone up on the phone.
Sure, go ahead, Assemblyperson.
A quick question to State Forest. I just wanted to know, since some of the changes that's been made by Matsu Borough in 21, I just wanted to get his opinion. Has those changes been effective? And overall, how as a borough, those improvements and overall, are we making positive changes? And are we on the right track with what we've been doing in the last couple of years?
I think I caught most of the question. In essence, are we doing the right thing and are we on the right track?
Yes. Specifically as a borough, and with some of the changes that Mr. Kruger brought up since 2021, if some of those changes and overall as a Master Borough been starting to get a grip on that situation, could we do better at it, or what kind of grade would you give us, and would you encourage us to continue doing this salvage timber sales?
I absolutely think the borough is on the right track, and I think this is a classic situation of it's less important to do really, really smart things than it is to do something. And so the challenge that we see is really getting rid of the dead trees and ideally creating some jobs and making some revenue for the borough and the state in the process. And in addition, getting the Matsu Valley and the borough back to productive timberland. That's kind of the second tier of our effort. And it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be inexpensive. It's not going to be done overnight. It requires some dedication and staying power beyond probably the career of many of us. But that's the nature of forestry, and we absolutely need to continue this effort.
Thank you so much. And if I may quickly follow up, so would you encourage for more of these cells move forward and try to make them, I guess, fairly easier and quicker as possible so that we can kind of move on to the next one, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question? You kind of faded out there.
I just wanted to say that the things that we've been doing, you're encouraging us to continue the same path and continue doing these kind of timber salvage cells in a responsible way, correct?
Yes, we absolutely need to continue what we're currently doing. I think it's working, and it's really a matter of scale. The beetle epidemic is a massive, as you could see, 1.6 to 2 million acre event, and it takes an equivalent response to make a difference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Attorney, do you have a report, sir?
No.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, do you have a report?
The clerk's report is in your red folder. Also, at the last assembly meeting, the assembly discussed potentially scheduling a meeting to discuss community council cleanups. The manager and I spoke, and he'd like to suggest August 8th at 6 p.m. Just a special meeting just to discuss that and possibly invite a representative from each of the community councils. Is this a meeting the assembly would like to schedule?
Yep, looks like, oh, yes, yep.
And the only other thing on the clerk's report, I've started adding pertinent election dates. So if you need any information on what's going on with the election, they are on the clerk's report.
Okay. Any questions of the clerk's report? Okay. The next item is citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs into the record, please?
IM 23113, reporting conclusion of contract number 22125B with Dirtworks Incorporated for a total contract amount of $252,377.65 for the Lombardo Drive project. IM 23114, reporting conclusion of contract 2347B with Carlos Tree Services for a total contract amount of $353,247.50 for the Central Landfill Clearing Project. IM 23125, reporting conclusion of contract number 227P with K&H Civil Constructors for a total contract amount of $747,500 for the historic Iditarod Trail underpass at Burma Road project. IM 23126, reporting conclusion of contract number 20107P with Michael Baker International for a total contract amount of $311,053.14 for the Point McKenzie Rail Extension Bridge Repairs Project.
Are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. We do not have any requests for persons to be heard. They will now move into public hearings.
Ordinance 23008, an ordinance amending MSB 1524031, initiating and amending lake management plans. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
We do have a staff report.
Oh, good evening, Assembly members and Madam Mayor. My name is Kelsey Anderson. I'm with the Planning Department. So if you remember back in December, we had a public hearing for the Beverly Lakes Lake Management Plan. So that is the most recent lake management plan that we've had. The one previous to that was about 5 years before. So, but right before people called in and did the petition for Beverly Lake, the Planning Department was already considering some updates to the lake management code. So we kind of decided to use Beverly Lakes as a case study to see what was working with the code and what we could improve upon. So we learned a lot through the process. I'm sure you remember that we also heard a lot through the process from the public about what they felt were struggles in the process. So afterwards, Assemblymember Yunt and Assemblymember Hale kind of came to me and said, we'd actually like to see some changes and let's work on something. So we came up with a few changes to how lake management plans can be initiated and amended. The major difference for it is really just defining the entire process. Right now in Borough Code, to initiate a lake management plan, it tells us basically about the first 3 steps, that there has to be a petition from the community. There has to be an initiation ballot that they check a box, yes or no, they want to start the process. And then the last piece is it just says all meetings have to be open to the public. And so it leaves that last piece of, well, how do you actually finalize a lake management plan, bring it to the assembly, and then implement it? So those are the changes that we made and that are in this ordinance. Some of the other changes to note are that we added in that the ballots, both the first and the last, have to be sent by mail, but by certified mail. A few people made note during the Beverly Lakes process that they did not receive a ballot or didn't feel like they were properly notified. So we're hoping that adds in just that extra bit of government accountability to the process. What else? And then so basically the buffer as it is right now for who gets to be involved in the process is 600 feet from the shoreline. We did propose a change in this that would put it to just shoreline property owners being able to initiate and vote in the lake management plan process. And then some other changes that we added into it, the planner who's in charge of the process, I kind of just wanted to update the code a little bit. So saying instead of just having to notify in the frontiersman, they now have to create a website that's going to keep the public more engaged and more involved in the process. Think of what else. And then, so with that finalizing the process, so we did add that there needs to be at least 3 public meetings to get people involved in helping draft the plans and choosing the regulations they want to see on their lake. They get a chance to review that plan, and then it goes out for a final vote. And instead of having it be just that simple majority of over 50%, we put 60% to really make sure that there is a very clear majority and it's not just one person kind of making or breaking that decision. The amendment process was also then just rewritten in this ordinance to reflect the initiation process so that they just match. So yeah, those are all the changes that we made. If you have questions about it, I'm happy to answer now.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
One of the huge issues before, one of many, was the percentage of people, the establishment of a majority, like 51%, something like that. And you guys did dotted all the I's and such. But that still was something that was a big deal. And I remember a few on the assembly where we were saying, maybe that's not a good idea. Maybe it should be more than that. Are you addressing that number?
Yes. So it is still a simple majority of over 50% to initiate the lake management plan. But to finalize it, the final draft that would be brought to the assembly, that's now 60%.
Good, thanks.
Yep.
Okay, further questions of staff? Assemblyperson 2, go ahead.
So on the lake, if one guy owns half the lake, which has 30 lots, does he get 30 votes or does he get 1 vote?
The way that this is written is he would get 30 votes. Because the way that our code is currently written is that it's a vote per parcel, not per person. And so that remains.
Okay. Yes, Deputy Mayor?
I know the answer, but I want to confirm. So if there's 2 or 3 owners on the parcel, they get a combined 1 vote per parcel. Each parcel only gets 1 vote.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I will, sorry, just for clarification, in the petition process, it is per property owner. So you have to get over 50% of property owners. So if 3 people in a family own the lot, it has to actually be all 3 of the people owning that property for that parcel to count in the petition to make it like a valid petition. Yeah.
Yes, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So 3, mom and dad pass away, leave it to 3 kids. All 3 have to sign an approval to move forward for it to count as 1 lot? Like that lot for it to go to vote to move forward has to have all 3 signatures?
Yeah.
Or 2 out of the 3 because that's over 50%.
No, it's the way that it's written is that all of the property owners have to sign the petition. I would be willing to speculate that that's just to make sure that more people know about it, that more people are being asked for their input, that they actually want to start it. So we're not wasting borough time when it comes to who actually wants it and you have.
So that's
Not
to
actually
initiate the
majority.
process.
Yes.
Now fast forward to when it's potential adoption. And you have, again, same example, 3 children that now own the lot. They're only going to get 1 vote as a parcel. How is that determined?
That's a family matter. That's people trying to figure out how they want.
But from a borough standpoint, do all 3 have to sign yes again?
It's mailed to the parcel. It will have the names on it, but you get 1 ballot per parcel. So as an example, in the Beverly Lakes matter, there was, the absolute majority of people that were husband and wife or family were on the same page. But there was one parcel where a husband and a wife could not agree, and so they decided not to vote.
That would be my house.
So it's like there's always going to be the one-offs, right? Like,
Do they
That's-
require a notary?
no, because the mail is, we are going to certify the mail before it goes out, so they have to sign that they got it. That should be enough reassurance for us.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All righty. Okay, thank you. So now I will open the public hearing on ordinance 23-008. Do we have a sign-up? We do not have a sign-up sheet. Okay. So anyone can address the assembly but I ask that your testimony pertain just to this ordinance at this time. Anyone that would like to address the assembly on this ordinance? Okay, I don't see anybody. We have one person online. Go ahead for the person online, please.
Yes, I'm not sure of the number. I wanted to speak to the proposed gravel extraction ordinance.
No, this is on the lake management plan.
The lake management. Okay, I'll just listen then.
Yeah, and on the gravel, there is not a public hearing tonight on that item, so, but you can speak under audience participation. I guess, did they hear? Okay. One last time, anyone from the audience want to speak on ordinance 23-008? Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance
Close the
23.
public hearing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 23-008, and if I may, I'd like to speak to it.
Sure, go ahead.
So this goes back a ways. Obviously, the staff was working on some changes that needed to be made, and they had some good ideas. And then we had the Beverly Lakes LMP come forward. And I can tell you, I think for me personally, and probably for everybody up here, that was a really difficult process to observe. I do not want to see division in any community. And to me, that was doing just that. You had neighbors just livid with one another. And I mean, it came down to, it was right to the wire. It was just over 50% that wanted to see an LMP, just under 50 that didn't. And my fear really with it remaining at 50% when it comes to lake management plans is that neighbors are going to start keeping track of one another and who moves. They can redo an LMP after 2 years. We can do it anytime we want, but their community can make adjustments after 24 months. So now you got people that are keeping an eye on who's moving and then they're going, okay, well, they moved and they were for it or against it. Now let's go see how the new neighbor feels. And I don't want to see the division. Our country's been in existence for over 200 years now. The United States Senate has always had the filibuster process that gives a voice to the minority. And if all it takes is a simple majority to really make huge changes to people's lives, that's a pendulum. And it's going to continue to swing and crash back and forth with your neighbors moving in and out. And so I recommended that we move it to 60%. It is the same process that the U.S. Senate's always had in place to give a voice to the minority. And I do think it's a good change in regard to this one. So I appreciate the staff putting that in there. I would really like to see less division in the future. If we can create a process that 60% of them have to agree on, I think it's going to be a very reasonable process. And they're going to come out with reasonable legislation, which I think is important. You're talking about drastically changing the value of somebody's asset, and not just any asset, but their most important one, their home. And so I appreciate the staff's time. I know Tim worked hard on this as well with them, and I really appreciate the staff taking all the time. And I do hope we can support this tonight. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank the staff for their hard work on this. We obviously had a really contentious lake management plan just recently, and I think this is going to address a lot of the problems that cause that contention, as well as a lot of the other kind of vagueness in the language. Be a whole lot more concrete process for everyone involved to know exactly what it's going to take to adopt one of these. So I think it's great.
Okay, further, yes, Assemblyperson Bernier, go ahead.
I strongly believe when it comes down to people's liberty and stuff, that 51% shouldn't have a majority over important liberties, that at least 2/3 of the people should want to be able to do that versus the 51%. So 60% isn't quite 2/3, but it's a lot closer. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further discussion, do we have discussion from Assemblyperson online? Not hear anything. So, Madam Clerk,
Is there any objection?
any objection? Online, do you have any objection? Okay, so hearing none, then the legislation passes. Okay, Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 23036, an ordinance extending the date of completion to June 30th, 2024 for the outside lighting upgrade project with accompanying resolution 2345, a resolution amending the scope of work for the remaining outside lighting upgrade funds to be used for the Dorothy Sawanda Jones Borough Building flooring repair and replacement project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
We have a staff report. Yep. Mike, please, thank you.
Start over. Madam Mayor, Manager, Members of Assembly, my name's Tom Adams. I'm Public Works Director. This one should be pretty straightforward. This is simply an action request of the Assembly. Earlier this year in March, we actually took some project funds that were dedicated to the outside lighting project, the DSJ building. And that project had been completed. So the surplus funds were taken and reappropriated for the flooring project. It's also ongoing in this building. And unfortunately, those funds, while we took action to reappropriate them for the DSG flooring, we did not take action to extend the time frame for those funds to be spent. And this month, June 30th, 23, is when the current funds expire. So we're asking for your approval to extend the funds to the end of the fiscal year for June 30th, 2024.
Okay, questions of staff? That's Assemblyperson Hale.
How much money was left over?
Boy, great question. Looks like $25,000.
How big was the project, the outside lighting project?
Initially, it was $50,000.
Good job.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, seeing no other questions, sir. Thank you. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 23-036 and resolution 23-045. Is there anyone in the room that would like to testify to the Assembly on either this ordinance or this resolution? Okay, do we have anybody online? We do not have anybody online. One last call. Okay, so I'll close the public hearing and Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 23036 and resolution 23045.
Okay, discussion by any member of the Assembly? Any objection to the legislation passing? Seeing and hearing none, the legislation passes.
Ordinance 23039, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $150,000 from the United States Bureau of Land Management for the Fuels Reduction Program 2022 Saw Creek Project. The accompanying resolution 23049, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget and authorizing the manager to enter into a grant agreement for the Fuels Reduction Program 2022 Saw Creek Project. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff, sir, go ahead.
Good evening, Eric Phillips, Community Development Director. Through the mayor, part of our wildfire mitigation activities include having a saw crew out in the field, doing clearing around critical community infrastructure like schools. we've done our best to maximize the amount of grant money from the state and the federal government to pay for the program. And this just represents getting another grant to help run the program for approximately another 6 months.
Questions to staff? Okay, seeing none. Thank you, sir. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 23-039 and resolution 23-049. Is there anyone present that would like to testify on either this ordinance or resolution? We don't have a sign-up sheet. Do we have anybody online, sir? No? One last time in the building, any testimony? Okay, seeing and hearing none, we will close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance 23039 and resolution 23049. And if I may, I'd like to speak to it.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I sure do wish this was one of those times the private sector was paying us to cut the trees, but that's all I got.
Any further discussion on the resolution or the ordinance? Any objection? Seeing and hearing none, the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2340, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $17,999.74 from the Alaska State Division of Forestry Volunteer Fire Assistance Grant Program and appropriating $1,799.97 in matching funds for the firefighter and firefighting equipment, communications equipment, and clothing. With accompanying resolution 2350, a resolution approving the scopes of work and budgets for the Alaska State Division of Forestry, volunteer fire assistance grants, and matching funds for the fire service areas of Butte, Sutton, and Talkeetna. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
We have a staff report. Go ahead, lady.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, finance director. Before you is the accept and appropriation of 3 grants for Butte, Sutton, and Talkeetna for forestry money for fire assistance.
Okay, questions of staff? Okay, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Anyone in the building is welcome to give testimony to the assembly on ordinance 23-040 and resolution 23-050. Anyone like to speak to the assembly? Do we have anybody online? Thank you. One last chance. Okay, I'll close the public hearing and Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 23040 and resolution 23050. And I just want to thank staff for going out there and finding this money for us.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
I wondered before, and I'm still wondering, what actually is a geomatic? That seems like a lot of money for something that I can't like put my hand on. What does a geomatic mean?
Go ahead, Assemblyperson Hale.
It's surveying. Geomatics is generally a term used in surveying. It's probably
I don't know.
So that's never been done before, even though we've been talking about this for like 30 years. That's kind of different, isn't it?
Which item are you on,
Oh, maybe I'm not.
Assemblyperson McKee?
Never mind. We're not there yet.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Any further discussion on ordinance 23-040 or resolution 23-050 by the assembly? Okay. Any objection to the legislation passing? Okay. Hearing none, then the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2345, an ordinance approving a reappropriation of $36,000 from the fiscal year 2023 area-wide fleet maintenance operating budget to purchase a chassis and a cab. With accompanying resolution 2359, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the purchase of a chassis and a cab for the Fleet Maintenance Division. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay, I see we have a staff person coming to give us a report.
Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. Good evening, Mayor, Assembly members, and staff. This vehicle is for our fleet maintenance, the mechanics. This is the vehicle they go out and do if there's a breakdown on the side of the road, this is the vehicle that they'll use to go out and make those repairs. It's got a cab on the back, a big cab on the back of it. It's got air compressors, all the tools, and you can change tires and belts and brakes and stuff like that on the side of the road. And what we're going to do with this one is a remount process. Same thing we've been doing with the ambulances. We're going to ordering the cab and chassis and drivetrain as one unit, pulling the box off of it, and then putting the box back on the new chassis, just like we've been doing with the ambulances. It's been working for the Matsu Borough for the ambulances, saving money. Same thing with this truck. The difference with this one is we're going to be able to do all the work. We're going to actually be the ones pulling the cab and putting it back on the new chassis.
Okay, questions to staff? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 23-045 and resolution 23-059. Anyone here that would like to give testimony to the assembly? Do we have anybody? We do not have anybody online. One last chance for anybody here. Okay, seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing. And Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 23-045 and resolution 23-059.
Discussion by the assembly. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the legislation passes.
Ordinance 23-046, an ordinance amending MSB 5.25145, annexing parcels on the Susitna Parkway into the West Lakes Fire Service Area number 136. With accompanying resolution 2360, a resolution finding the annexation of property located on Susitna Parkway into the West Lakes Fire Service Area number 136 serves the public interest. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3. And Madam Mayor, I'm the one giving the staff report.
Okay.
Petitioner came forward to annex parcels into the West Lakes Fire Service Area. 100% of the property owners signed the petition. The West Lakes Board of Supervisors is in support of the annexation, and the annexation meets the requirements of state statute and borough code, and now it's before the assembly. That's it, Madam Mayor.
Okay, any question about staff report? Okay, I will go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 23-046 and resolution 23-060. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to address the assembly on this ordinance or resolution? Do we have anybody online? We do not. Okay, so I'll close the public hearing. And let's see who, assembly person two. Assembly person McKee, yeah, okay, go ahead.
I move to adopt ordinance 23-046 and resolution 23-060.
Okay, discussion by the assembly. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
We've all heard a lot of horror stories about governments annexing people when they don't want it. And I think it's pretty awesome that this is a situation where 100% of the people do want it and they're willing to pay for the service. So kudos to them. I think it's great.
Further discussion by the assembly. Is there any objection to the legislation passing? Okay, hearing no objection, the legislation passes.
Ordinance 23-047, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $20,000 from the American Library Association for the accessibility improvements to the Big Lake Library. With accompanying resolution 2361, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget and authorizing the manager to enter into an agreement for the accessibility improvements to the Big Lake Library. If you're on the phone and like to speak to this, press *3.
Staff, please.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, finance director. Before you is the accept and appropriate a grant to be utilized to purchase and install automatic door openers on restrooms and purchase heated sidewalk mats.
Okay, questions of staff? Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 23-047 and resolution 23-061. Is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify on either this ordinance or the resolution? Okay, do we have anybody in line, sir? We do not. One last chance for anyone here. Okay, seeing no one, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Assembly person 2.
I move to adopt ordinance 23-047 and Resolution 23-061.
Discussion by the Assembly? Any objection by the Assembly? Hearing no objection, the legislation passes. And next is audience participation. Does anybody on the Assembly want to take a break before we start, or yeah, we do? Okay. So why don't we come back at 7:45? So that's 10 minutes. So I'm going to go ahead and call the assembly meeting back to order. We are at the point of audience participation. Anyone is welcome to address the assembly on any subject for 3 minutes. We do have some sign-up sheets, and we will go through those people first, but we will open it up to anybody after that. So if you missed the opportunity to sign up, you can still testify. And then, of course, we will go online for anybody if there is anybody online. So the first one is Dylan Berger. So if you state your name, please, and spell your last name, and then give your testimony. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dylan Berger, Berger. We're so thankful to be here and have the opportunity to tell our story. It's a little longer than 3 minutes, so it's been divided up between other members of my family.
Okay, all right.
I'm a farmer, and I'm here tonight with my mom and 3 sisters, whom I live and farm with in Point McKenzie. I moved my farming business from Palmer to the Point after leasing a house on a farm from the Mat-Su Borough. We received notice that the borough is terminating our lease prematurely so the farms can be sold. The lease we signed was for 5 years, ending in December 2024. Before we signed the lease, we were assured by the acting property manager that the borough could never sell the Point McKenzie farms because they had been purchased for the railway project, and that we could lease for much longer than the 5 years if we wanted. The assurances we were given gave us the confidence to fully relocate our farming businesses from Palmer to Point Mac. We discontinued all of our sale locations and field leases in Palmer and entered into new long-term leases of farmland and a barn to store our hay and equipment in Point McKenzie. We established our home and put in large gardens and acres of fencing for our animals. The entire first year of leasing, we repaired the rundown house in exchange for rent. We were given notice by the borough last October that we had 60 days to move, so that the farm could be put out for competitive bid. We informed the property manager that it was impossible for us to move a farm with that short of notice, so they gave us an extension until June 30th. The extension did absolutely nothing to remedy the disastrous position the borough is forcing us into. We couldn't move in the winter due to frozen ground, hindering us from moving our fencing, shelters, and compost. And now that the ground is thawed, we need to farm. Summer is our work season, and if we don't work, we don't eat or pay our bills. We must farm or we will lose our entire livelihood. So how can we work and move an entire farm at the same time? We have looked for another farm to purchase or lease in the Point, but there is nothing available. We also requested to be able to stay until the farm was sold, but were flatly denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Go ahead.
We have made great efforts.
State your name, please.
My name is Savannah Sheldon.
Thank you.
And
Okay,
I'm
go
Dylan's
ahead.
sister.
Would you go ahead?
We have made great efforts to communicate to the borough the impact this action will have upon our family and business, but have either been ignored or met with a stone wall. They have made us feel like we are trash to them, something one throws away when they are finished with it, rather than a family and respectable citizens of this borough. We can supply the emails and communication if desired. 2 years ago, we asked about the possibility of purchasing the farm, but, like before, we were told that the farm was not for sale and was being retained for the railroad. We have this communication in email. So when we received word that the farm would be going out for competitive bid, we were shocked and again asked about the possibility of purchasing it, as we had previously been told by the new property manager that the borough has a policy concerning land sales in which it can work with current leaseholders who have an existing interest in the property. After we requested this information, she refused to continue dialogue with us regarding the sale of the farm. We can supply this written communication as well. Receiving only a stone wall from the property manager, we contacted Mr. Brown and met with him. he was willing to speak with us, of which we were grateful. We offered several options for him to consider in order to mitigate the harm that our family would sustain by the premature termination of our lease. But his follow-up letter was extremely discouraging, as he refused to do anything to ease the consequences of the hasty farm sale on our family. The follow-up letter from Mr. Brown required that if we wanted to purchase the farm, we must show our ability to pay $1.5 million by May 25th, or we would still be required to move by June 30th. The farm had yet to even be appraised, which Mr. Brown had informed us would be the method to determine the final sale price. We asked if we could wait for the appraisal to be done, but received only a response reiterating the May 25th deadline to prove our ability to pay $1.5 million. As of today, we still have not received any information on the recent appraisal.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Geiser, Gaiser.
Thank you.
We asked about the possibility of purchasing the farm for the tax assessed value and were told that it wouldn't be fair. If fairness is the main concern of the borough, why is it not concerned with being fair to us, a family that trusted their word and is now going to suffer devastating loss due to their choice to not honor the lease we signed? Is it right for borough officers to give assurances that are believed by hardworking people and then have no mercy and not care if a family is caused to suffer damage by the rescinding of those assurances? Or where is the fairness in that we are the only borough residents that have to lose our home and business for others to have the opportunity to purchase the farm where we live? We have been denied even the basic, reasonable request to stay in our home and do our business until the farm is actually sold, which the borough has done for others, and we have a document to prove it. We have been denied the reasonable request that the borough honor the lease until the termination date of December 2024 so that we can have time to find another farm and fulfill our other business lease contracts. Why is this sale so hasty? Why couldn't we have been given some time to prepare to purchase it, considering the property managers were well aware that we were interested in purchasing this farm?
Hello. I'm Shoshana Sheldon, Shelten. Our request tonight is for the Assembly to rectify this troubling situation by considering these options. We would like to purchase the farm, but coming up with $1.5 million in such a short time is not a reasonable thing to expect of most people. A $1.5 million price tag for ag land is a price more reflective of subdividable investment real estate rather than a hay farm. There is a 156-acre railroad easement on the farm, and it also appears that many acres of topsoil were removed sometime in the past, which has left rocky, infertile soil on large portions of the acreage. This is why we made an offer for the tax-assessed value of this farm. We can supply pictures of this if the borough gives permission for us to go onto the fields. We would, at the very least, like to know the outcome of the appraisal to determine if it is a price we are willing to pay. If the borough is unwilling to allow us some time to procure the funds, we request that our contract still be honored, which will give us a little more time to regroup and hopefully find another farm. It is right for the borough, at a minimum, to honor our lease contract. The Landlord-Tenant Act defines a lease as, quote, a rental agreement that specifies how long the tenant will stay in the property. And, quote, if there is a lease, the landlord cannot evict the tenant during the period of the lease unless the tenant breaks the terms of the lease, and that a termination notice may not be used to end a lease prior to the end of the lease term without cause. This is quoted from law.alaska.gov. Thank you for listening to our family today and considering our situation and all of the factors pertaining to it. We appreciate it so much. We just want to live and work and be productive like everyone else. We have suffered extreme stress these last months since the borough's startling decision to terminate our lease prematurely and believe that we are being treated unfairly. We believe that our borough is designed to be better than this, and that is why we have come here tonight. Thank you so much for your time and attention.
Thank you. David?
Hello, Madam Mayor.
Hello, sir.
Assembly. My name is David Goodrich, and I live at the south part of the property that these folks have been talking about. I'm experiencing the same thing. This is a letter from my son. He's up in Fairbanks. He got sent up there yesterday by the tree service he works for to do a big electrical clearing deal all through the city and whatnot. Here's what he wrote. When my dad and I met the borough to go over the lease agreement we had, weeks before meeting, it could be asked if it could be 5 years. When we started talking with them about the agreement, my dad asked where it said the landlord could terminate the agreement within the 30-day notice. My dad said, no, I won't agree to that. I'd like that crossed out. We asked for a 5-year lease, and we had a secure place to live. One of the borough employees said they had to leave the 30-day termination part in the agreement because if the railroad bought the property and wanted the house, we would have to move. My dad asked me what I thought. I don't remember if I had time to say anything before the lady started explaining where I figured she meant her and her boss or borough. We're not sure if and when the railroad would buy it, but I don't see that happening in the next 5 or 10 years. Then she said, unless a railroad buys a property, the borough is not going to sell the property. We have no plans to sell the property. I remembered she looked at her boss and he shook his head saying, nope, we're not. So we kept going through the paperwork. My dad asked if we had first option to renew after the 5-year lease, and they said yes. My dad explained the reasons why he asked for the 5-year and whatnot. And basically, it's my mother's old and there's a sizable inheritance coming and gives him time to attain journeyman status and be a certified arborist, making some good money. This is mine. I'd like to address the borough I'd like to address the decision the borough has made to sell the property off of Guernsey Road we live on and why I disagree. As my son said, we met with the borough employee and her boss and negotiated a price to lease a home. We were surprised to see when the contract had a 30-day termination clause. We hesitated to sign because it didn't seem right, but our fears were relieved when they told us it was only if there was a railroad bought the property, and that the railroad didn't buy the property, the borough was not ever going to sell it. We felt secure, and so we signed it. In good faith, we signed this agreement trusting in what we were told. Since being told that we had to move, we've been frantically searching for a home to rent. I actually called my former wife, a 25-year, very successful real estate broker, and asked if she had any leads on any rentals. She laughed and then said, have you been looking online? I guess I'm out of time. I hope the borough will reconsider this. Just making 2 families just move for no reason when we should have till December 31st of next year. We're losing the option to renew, but it is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, David. David Palmer. David Palmer? Okay. Palmer? No. This is a new David. Thank you.
So good evening, Madam Mayor,
Good evening.
Mr. Manager, Assembly members. And the subject I have this evening was the gravel extraction
Okay,
permits.
go ahead.
And Mr. Chu, I'd like to thank you for the modifications that have been made to the proposal. One of my concerns was I have water rights to my property, and with no coordination or potential remediation capabilities, that kind of leaves us out in the cold. So anyway, I read through all the changes that were available, and I appreciate the Assembly, what they've done with it. I do support the modifications and extension or expansion of the gravel extraction capability. And I guess that's about all I have, because I was concerned that if we didn't do the concept correctly, then the borough would have to accept the liability and remediation requirements and financial obligations. So I'm glad to see that at least there is a mixture of contractor requirements and obligations, as well as the borough for oversight and management. So if you have questions for me, I'll be happy to take them. Otherwise, that's all I have. And thank you.
No, I'm sorry. Okay. And did you have some papers that you wanted to give us? No.
I gave a copy to Lonnie, but it's not intended for public distribution. But if you
Okay.
have comments about anything that's on it, get a hold of me.
Okay.
Thank
All
you.
righty. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Greg Jones.
If I may,
Mhm.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to just hand this.
Hand it to the clerk. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name's Greg Jones. By now, you've heard from me and you've heard from my neighbors that the sale, the timber sale at Long Lake Road is not popular. It's not supported by public opinion, scientific fact, or even consistent public policy. The right course of action is to rescind the previous approval. But tonight, I'm going to change my approach and suggest something very positive. We have an opportunity to look at the long-term use of this land. If you think about it, it's very unique. It's characterized by steep topography, mature, healthy trees, a mixture of wetlands, ponds, and hills, and it's sandwiched between two stocked lakes and the Nancy Lake State Recreation Area. This is a parcel that's ideal for conservation. So I started trying to figure out how to do that. And the way to do that is to make it part of the Nancy Lake Recreation Area. That would even be supported by the Borough Comprehensive Plan. The Comprehensive Plan in Goal E2 says, manage borough-owned lands in a manner that fosters economic development while ensuring quality of life. The economic development part is the Nancy Lake Recreation Area. I bet you most of you don't know how many people visit Nancy Lake Recreation Area on an annual basis. It's 80,000 every year. Those people pour money into the economy of the borough and the neighborhood, the neighboring cities around the park. If we were to move these parcels into the recreation area, it would expand their capabilities and enhance the park. And it also ensure and protect the quality of quality of life that was envisioned by the Willow Comprehensive Plan. So I decided to see if there was a way to do this. I used to be on the board of the Great Land Trust, so they were the first people I talked to, I thought about. Their mission is to purchase conservation lands at fair market value. Typically, they pay the owner a appraised price, then they negotiate use easements, restrictions, and then dedicate it back to a public entity to maintain. In this case, the public entity they dedicate it back to me would be state. So the borough would get paid fair market value and have no further operating costs. I called Dave Mitchell, who's the operating director of Great Land Trust, and then I talked to Stuart Leidner, who's the head of the parks for the Mat-Su. Stuart said he would love to have it as part of the park, but he had to check up his chain of command, which he did. Got back to me a week later and said, we'd love to have it. We'd love to have the timber sale property, and we'd love to have the, oops, I ran out. We'd love to have the timber sale property, and we'd love to have the 80 acres that's below it. And on the map, you'll see how that all ties in with the park. Dave, for his part, said he's very intrigued by it. He would like to, obviously, you've worked with the Great Land Trust. They're very careful, very deliberate. So they'd like to take it one step at a time. He was not ready to make a commitment today, but he definitely wants to move forward with it and take it to his board.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry, sir, you have to wrap
I
it up.
I would ask you to not, if you log it, that all goes away. If this gets logged, this opportunity is dead.
Okay.
So please allow this discussion to begin and go to fruition. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
No, I'm sorry. It's not a time for questions. Thank you, sir. Christine Jones?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly. My name is Christine Jones, and I live at Colony Estates on South Chugat Street. It is owned by the Senior Center, which they have are going to raise the rent starting in August by $200. They have every right to raise the rents. My question and concern is that the treasurer, Mr. Russ Ingram, said they haven't done anything since 2009. We had to do something drastic. Why haven't you done anything since 2009? Why? Why did you not raise rents every couple of years? We wouldn't be in this situation. I'm not sure what I can do. It not only affects me, it affects 50 people because there's 2 buildings. I would like to see an independent audit done to see what happened to all the money. We're losing board members. It's like they're jumping ship before it sinks. Mat-Su Health Foundation said, we won't give the Senior Center any more money until they get their act cleaned up. They quit feeding us back in February, and we still get a few commodities. So we're down there 2 or 3 times a week. But what can I do to help people in our situation over there? I don't know where to turn for help. So I'm hoping you guys can give me some insights.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christine. Brendan King, is that right? Brendan King?
How you doing, Madam Mayor?
Hi.
Assembly. My name is Brandon King, King. I live at 932 Moose Park Drive. I'm here today to talk about the proposal for an increase in paving. It has to go to another vote. We've already voted on it last year, and it passed, and the bid never went out to be put in for the summer to be paved. And now it's going to be, the cost is going to go up again, $1,800 per homeowner. So I'm just wondering why we have to re-vote on it again And we have to wait on another bid since of inflation is going to cost us even more. So that's my concern. And then I have other neighborhood colleagues in the audience that are going to talk about it, and they have better detail than I do. But thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Amy, Henry?
Thank you very much for hearing us. My name is Amy Henry, and I'm from Wasilla, Alaska. At age 5, we start school. At age 16, we get our driver's license. 18, there is the draft and voting. At 21, the world of bars, pot, handguns, alcohol, cigarettes opens up. The government takes it upon itself to police society. Seatbelts, stoplights, speed limits. I'm here to ask you to consider policing another element. A drag queen is a person who uses clothing and makeup to imitate and often exaggerate female gender signifiers and gender roles for entertainment purposes. Historically, drag queens have usually been gay men and part of a gay culture. You may also hear the term drag king. These are females that take on a male persona. There is no gay gene. However, there is evidence indicating a large percentage of homosexuals were sexually abused as children. Don't be confused by claims of this is an historical art form. Do not confuse it with ancient Greece or the Shakespearean era. Those were times when women didn't take to the stage. The drag movement hails from the 60s and 70s sexual revolution. The enticement and inclusion of children didn't happen until 2015. One of the first drag performers to popularize Drag Queen Story Hour was college professor Harris Kornstein, also known as Little Miss Hot Mess, who read his book, The Hips on a Drag Queen Go Swish, 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 to children's groups. Kornstein, along with queer theorist Harper Keenan, wrote the go-to treatise on drag pedagogy, which is where they explain the goal of drag culture is to bring queer ways of knowing and being into the education of young children. Drag is a useful tool in reformulating children's relationship with sex, sexuality, and eroticism. You can't debate the consequences of the gay lifestyle. 81% of new HIV cases are in gay men, 83% of new syphilis cases. Often they contract gonorrhea, HPV, chlamydia, Hep B and C. They risk secondary cancers and more often abuse substances. They are more prone to mental health issues. Domestic violence estimates range between 40% for gay men and 50% for gay women. Adults were 3 to 6 times more likely than heterosexual adults to report suicidal thoughts, plans, and attempts. Their lifespan is shortened. A study stated a death age of homosexual males at 42, homosexual females 44. Hetero married men had an average death age of 75, and hetero married women 79. Disagreeing with something doesn't make someone a hater. Citizens of Arizona, Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Florida, Idaho, South Carolina, Montana, Texas, and Arkansas are passing laws banning anyone younger than 18 from attending live performances of adult cabaret. This includes male or female impersonators. I am here to ask you to consider placing drag shows in the same category as other adult entertainment. This will not shut down this art form or dampen free speech, but merely move it to a space behind closed doors, accessible only to adults. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amy. Caitlin Long. Caitlin Long. Long. Hi.
Hey, Madam Mayor and Assembly members, I'm Caitlin Lonn. It's Lonn. I'm here to oppose the timber sale. My property abuts the lots at issue. I'm on Lynn Lake. I was struck by how mindful the state's explanation was about the 4-part process about determining what lots we harvest. And I think this is because of the potential impact. There's a large impact on our states and residents about where we choose even to do these salvage harvests. And those are impacts that cannot be easily mitigated. To Greg's point, once this is done, the opportunity to extend this into a park, that is gone. And, you know, according to Mr. Cooper, he mentioned the 80,000 acres of spruce beetle. I think nobody is denying that the spruce beetle is an issue. I think the question is how we're mindful about where we choose to mitigate the impacts of the spruce beetle in our community. And specifically, you know, the Abbey Hill lot, it just doesn't make a lot of sense in terms of its positioning, in terms of the wetlands on it, surrounding it, and on it, a good portion of it. And so I think that this is an area where we haven't seen a best interest analysis. We haven't seen where the potential impacts on our community are outweighed by the benefits, which I understand financially to be fairly minimal. So if we're looking at, you know, potential salvage coming in and harvesting these trees while we're still able and when we still benefit from that money, I guess my understanding is there are 80,000 acres, you know, or obviously not all of those are accessible or purchasable, but I just would hope that we would really weigh the risks and the concerns. And with my remaining time, I think I will just state some of those for, I don't know if it's for the record or not, but, you know, the Borough's Chartered Community Council, Waco, has written 2 letters condemning the project. We've obviously had interest in creating about the idea of adopting this into parkland. I think our assembly member himself mentioned the value of individuals' assets, specifically their home, which is the greatest asset. And I think this impacts and has a great aspect on individuals' homes. Thank you for your time.
Okay, Marika Gregory? I don't know. She'll help us.
It's Merida
Oh,
Gregory, Gregory.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to express my feelings. I have been a homeowner in the Mat-Su Valley, same location, since 1988, and I appreciate the opportunity to voice my concerns about the current gravel ordinance. And this is my personal gravel file. It contains newspaper articles, assembly agendas, ordinance and amendment information, etc. It was started almost 2 years ago in the summer of 2021 with a proposed gravel extraction area off of Sylvan Road, the back of which would be up against my personal property's backyard. Do you think as a homeowner I would have been in favor of that? As a neighborhood and community, we were fortunate to be able to have that proposal removed. But for the past few months, we are back again with the recent gravel ordinance. Where are all the people at these meetings who are in favor of this ordinance? When I attend these meetings, read the newspaper, talk to friends, I don't hear many in favor of it. But yet it keeps coming back on the agenda of our assembly meetings. And this ordinance is taking up time and more time. Who is not listening to the public that you represent? Our personal interests overriding the community. You want to take away our voice by shutting out future comment. I think the assembly needs to listen to the people that they represent. Thank you.
DJ McBride?
Good evening, Assembly members and Mayor. I'm DJ McBride, RSA 15 Caswell Lakes Board Chair, and this is the 5th time that I have drove 3 hours round trip just to speak on this issue. RSA 15 issued Resolution 04-23 stating that the board is against the ordinance amending MSB 1730. This registration procedure eliminates the public notification and comment process, leaving RSA boards and residents in the area with no notice or the ability to comment on the impact of earth material extraction sites in their area. Extracting 10,000 cubic yards from a parcel would generate 10 or 1,000 truck trips per year per each registered site, meaning that there would be 5,000 truck trips per location during its 5-year life. Thus, thousands of trucks would be coming from multiple extrication sites, denigrating our substandard rural roads that serve as collectors for miles of residential roads, as well as creating clouds of dust, which adversely affects the health and safety of residents. The rural RSAs would be paying the additional cost for road repairs after thousands of dump truck loads of materials are trucked over these mostly gravel roads. Once again, I ask how many of these registrations are going to be issued per RSA area. The $100 registration fee is supposed to pay for the inspection of the site, recommendations, and follow-up. I don't believe this amount will even begin to cover those costs per site, so all this work will be funded by taxpayers, utilizing funds that could be better spent improving roads in the borough rather than saving contractors and builders monies on their projects. The current permitting process is working well. It establishes standards addressing dust and air quality, road maintenance, and other safeguards for borough residents. As demonstrated by Steve Edwards in his previous statement, the current permitting process is an onerous, difficult, or all time-consuming. At the last meeting, an assembly member said that it was always the same people speaking about this. I'd like to point out that these same people are not just residents, but also include community councils and RSA board members who are supposed to be representing the interests of their communities. We're the ones that the residents call when there's an issue in the community, so it stands to reason that you will be seeing the same people repeatedly. In addition, it only affects rural areas, so you're not going to hear from any of the core communities. Spending so much time and effort on something that is obviously not wanted by the residents of the borough is fiscally irresponsible. Why are we wasting tax dollars on fixing something that isn't broken? Thank you.
Thank you. Rod Henson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. My name is Rod Hanson. Last name is Hanson. I am the Communications Committee Chair for the North Lakes Community Council. And like the last person testified, I'm not here just speaking for myself. There are over 10,000 residents in the North Lakes area. It is in the core area, and we do have concerns. We strongly oppose this ordinance, and our opposition is summarized as follows. Number one, the creation of a registration process eliminates the opportunity for public review and comment on new gravel extraction operations. The existing conditional use and administrative permit processes allow for that public review and comment, and these elements are essential for good governance. Number two, those in favor of this legislation continue to A, present weak justification for the proposed changes, B, minimize the potential impacts of these changes, and C, continue to downplay the significant and overwhelming opposition from the public and even from the Borough Planning Commission, which has recommended failure of this poorly constructed ordinance. They attempt to justify the ordinance by suggesting the permit process is too costly for property owners and suggest significant cost savings for future developers and homeowners. The existing permit process is quite straightforward, has not been noted as a significant deterrent by property owners who desire to remove gravel from their property. If the developers and builders wish to lower costs for future homeowners, perhaps they should have their own trade associations step forward with assistance to those property owners who are struggling with such a simple permit process. As an example, at the last assembly meeting, it was suggested that a property owner could move 10,000 yards of material off their property in only 4 to 7 days. This was based on a totally exaggerated premise that one could load a 10-yard dump truck every 3 to 5 minutes and therefore haul away 1,500 to 2,500 or 2,600 yards per day. This is a ridiculous premise because the likelihood of trucks being lined up waiting to load one after the other and depart at the rate of 12 to 20 trucks an hour, day after day, hour after hour, is not how gravel extraction operations work. A more realistic estimate would be somewhere around 40 truckloads a day, and therefore about 25 days, not 4 to 7 days, to move out 10,000 yards of material. Also, at the last public assembly meeting, there was no discussion or even passing mention by the assembly members of the fact that the Planning Commission had just passed Resolution 2319 recommending the failure of this ordinance. In summary, we believe the assembly members in favor of this ordinance are ignoring most of the public input we've received. We believe they're ignoring the expertise and professionalism of their own appointed Planning Commission members and department staff, and instead are attempting to write legislation themselves, work convoluted amendments on top of amendments, and this is not how good government is supposed to work. Our ask is to kill this ordinance, turn it back over to the Planning Commission and the Planning Department to come up with some improvements that are obviously necessary. Listen to the community councils and allow for that process of providing input to continue going forward. Thank you.
Scott Sand.
Hello, Mayor and Assembly.
Hi.
My name is Scott Sand, S-A-N-D. I'm here on Moose Park paving. This was all put together 2 years ago with the approval, and everybody balloted and signed it, and now we're having to go through it again a year later for possible paving of next year. In June 2021, or June 21st of 2022, it was approved by the Assembly that we would pave it and we'd move along. From the time that it was approved till now, it did not go to Public Works, probably where it should have and whatnot, but we have put in for the information so we can see exactly what got worked on and what didn't over this time period. Back in 2022, when this was proposed, an estimate, it was going to be $6,800 for us to pay to get it done. And there might have been 50% matching fees for the air pollution. Going into 2023, when it's still not going to be done because nobody's put out any bids or work for it, it would have been $8,400 to get done. Going into 2024 with our new ballot, waiting to see if that gets approved, it's going to be up into the $9,500 range, maybe with the possible 50% fee. So this has gone up in 2 years, $180,000 that could have been not spent by all the homeowners. So that goes down to almost $2,800 per homeowner in our subdivision by not getting this paved. So it covers, it's almost doubling our price. It's going up 75%. When you guys approved it and everything looked like it was going to go forward, we sat back and we waited for it to happen. Nothing happened until earlier this year when we got word that it wasn't going to happen this year. Nobody did their work like they're supposed to, and that was going to go out to reballot. So now we're doing a reballot for something that was approved 2 years ago because it did not go to Public Works correctly and they did not do their due diligence on getting the stuff done. So it's hard pressed that a community of 65 people spend all the time, money, all these ballots going out to get something paved for our community to cut down on dust control and improve the livelihood of the whole subdivision and it not get done. That's it.
Thank you. Mary Robinson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. My name is Mary Robinson, R-O-B-I-N-S-O-N, Matsu Borough resident of 25 plus years. I'm here to speak against Resolution Serial 23063. It says that they want the state of Alaska to stop the practice of using taxpayer funds, and this is wrong and misinformation in so many different ways. Most private insurance would pay towards the care for transgender adults or Medicaid. A 2019 report says that there's approximately 1.4 million transgender adults living in the U.S. Approximately 152,000 have Medicaid coverage. If we extrapolate that, then say a generous 200,000 across the U.S. have Medicaid. Medicaid is paid for country's health coverage program for low-income people and is jointly funded by the federal government and the states. Under Medicaid, states must cover certain mandatory benefits, and there are rules regarding comparability requiring that services must be equal in amount, duration, and scope for all beneficiaries within an eligibility group. Medicaid, as a federal program, asserts that categorically refusing to provide treatment to an individual based on their gender identity is prohibited discrimination. From a compassionate point of view, despicable that you would even consider this. From a practical point of view, opening the borough to litigation, I don't know, step forward with the Juneteenth proclamation today and then 20 steps backwards. And listening to all the public testimony, it sounds like you're going to have your hands full with litigation between LIDs, gravel extraction, shoreline setbacks, and yes, book banning, which is the other reason I'm here this evening. I cannot believe that we are still fighting this. I stand against censorship and stand in support of the fundamental right to access information and ideas without barriers. Thank you.
Dwayne Nixon.
Mayor, Assembly. Name is Dwayne Nixon, Nixon. I'm a homeowner on Honeybee Lake. I'm here to talk about the Long Lake logging project. You have heard a multitude, and you're going to hear probably a multitude of reasons why us locals would not want to see this land commercially logged. And I don't need to add to that list of all the great reasons and concerns. I know your representatives have to make some tough decisions, and not all of us are going to like some of them. But this logging project doesn't appear to be something that is well thought out or helpful to anyone except the people that might profit from it. Seems odd that so much effort is being put into pushing through a project that was not part of the original fire mitigation plan, excuse me, unless there is something going on behind the scenes that we're not aware of. Can you honestly tell me that there's no hidden agenda, such as a future gravel pit or some large development we're not being aware of? I hope that by voting in representatives like yourselves, that you will listen to your community's concerns and be caretaker for the Mat-Su Valley and look after our best interests. I would ask that you please do what's right for your residents that you represent and stop this project that seems to have a hidden agenda to many of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Barbara, and I am not going to insult you by trying to pronounce your last name. I've heard it a number of times, of course, but
Good evening, Barbara Lashus, Mayor, and members of the Assembly.
thank you.
The citizens of Willow have made it clear that we oppose the Long Lake Road timber sale. The timber sale violates the borough's comprehensive plan. It violates the Willow Community Comprehensive Plan. Both plans were adopted by the Assembly. The residents of the area have shown the Assembly strong opposition. Assembly members have been sent numerous letters, emails, and have heard in person and call-in testimony. Waco, the Willow Community Organization, has sent letters condemning the project and provided oral testimony. The timber sale ignores the borough's adopted 5-year timber harvest schedule. It has been objected to by the State of Alaska DNR, Department of Parks, due to potential impact on park lands. It has been flagged by the U.S. Corps of Engineers as potential endangerment to the environment. By the borough staff's own admission, there was not an assessment of the timber types and values before the sale was sent to the Assembly for approval. Similarly, there was no operational plan or impact mitigation plan. There has been no consideration for the impact on tourism, one of the borough's and state's most significant economic sectors. The borough did not communicate this intention with all members of the community affected by the proposal. Many found out secondhand, leading to concerns about trust and transparency. The public has been given inconsistent answers to questions by borough staff. If the assembly continues to support the timber sale, one can only assume there is an underlying intent that is more important than public opinion, and that if there is an intent, why is it being kept from the public? Why are you pushing this project? Your staff member, Mr. Kruger, participated in the development of the Willow Comprehensive Plan. Why then did he design this renegade project, a project contrary to all the accepted plans? Today we heard from the State Forestry and Mr. Kruger again. I will repeat. I am a survivor of the Sockeye Fire and the McKinley Fire. This location is at approximately mile 67. The fires that were spoken about were about 10 miles north. As the fires were descending south and east, they shifted. They did not continue over the wetlands and marshes and ponds and hilly, lush forests of this area. Additionally, someone mentioned shaded fuel break. Several years ago on Long Lake Road, there was a combined effort by, I believe, forestry in the park to do some wildfire maintenance. There's evidence of shaded fuel break on that road now. You can see the underbushes is not regrown very high, the birch trees stand healthy, and there's little or no spruce. So we need to see some quantitative evidence of beetle kill, which there is very little that you can see from the road, of how much money the borough will get in this timber sale logging effort, and how much destruction will be made. So in closing, do the right thing, rescind the Long Lake Road timber sale approval and withdraw it from any consideration. Consider the great land trust opportunity that was spoken to you by Greg Jones. Thank you.
Bill Longbreak.
Hello.
Hi.
Madam Mayor, Longbreak, Longbrake. I want to speak about the gravel pits, gravel ordinance. I can't say much more than has already been said. Your job is to create an area that will be, or create law that will be used for years and years and years. That means that my grandchildren, great-grandchildren will have the high possibility of having a gravel pit next to their home. I'm surprised that the banks haven't entered into this. Anytime a gravel pit is built near property, it's going to devalue that, and people can get stuck with mortgages more than the value of their home. This tends to affect very few who will gain very much, but it will cost many of us a lot too. As property is devalued, the borough will lose tax revenue. The cost of roads that'll have to be rebuilt because of the traffic will cost the borough. It just is a bad idea. The current law works. Why change it?
Okay. Leslie Pazarewski. I maybe got the first and the last syllables right. I don't know about the ones in the middle.
My dad couldn't say it at the wedding either, so that's okay. Mayor, Assembly members, my name is Leslie Piaskowski. It's Piaskowski, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I am talking today about the timber harvest in Willow, and I would like to say that ever since this has come up and we were notified that this particular land was identified as a possible harvest area, I've been silent. I've been observing and listening to my community, and for the first time, I have been listening to these meetings, even the one that went past midnight, and I have 5 kids. So first, I would like to thank McKee. It feels to me that you are listening to us, which it doesn't always feel that way. The community of Willow does not want and unanimously opposes the logging of this particular tract of land, which borders the Nancy Lake State Recreational Park. The fact is, we aren't going to stop progress, and we're not going to stop logging. In fact, we all use products that are a result of logging and timber harvest. And maybe this land does meet some of the criteria for a timber harvest. Previous borough staff has mentioned a successful harvest that have happened before that were in conjunction with no community opposition. And they pointed to Yoder Road as one of those places. Unfortunately, you have community opposition with this particular tract of land that borders the pristine and beautiful park. Please go find other tracts of borough land that are not bordering a park to do the remainder of those harvests that need to be done. This park generates revenue for the state and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Everett? Everett?
Hello, my name is Everett Paskowski. And I live in and play in Willow. My family uses Nancy Lake Park a lot, from skiing to bicycling. We go past the borough land to get to the Nancy Lake. I can't even snowshoe off the trail system nor cut down trees in the park. But you would like to cut down all the trees right next to the park. It seems not fair. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Yeah, Dana Elverd, is that it? Yep, we'll find out.
Madam Mayor, council members, I had no idea what I was going to say when I got here. My name is Dino Alvord, and I live on Long Lake Road. And I drove Long Lake Road to get here tonight, especially looking at the trees. And if I was a woodcutter, I would drool, because there's some beautiful birch trees, but they're healthy birch trees. 100 yards off the road, not so much. And I have a little map here somebody gave me. It's not an accurate topographical map, but all these beautiful pictures we saw earlier from the Department of Lands, they're all flat. The little trails they drug the stuff out on was all flat. You start dragging trees through the hills and valleys that is the entire area, you're going to have mudslides. You're going to have mud running into the 2 lakes. You're going to have lawsuits. You're going to have a lot of problems. It's a beautiful area. I moved out there because it is a beautiful area. And when I come home from a long day at work and I go through my little dirt road, nice and quiet and peaceful, it scares me to think that there are going to be logging trucks running up and down this road that they can't keep maintained just with traffic. You know, and it's ironic, the gentleman mentioned when you have 100% of somebody agreeing on something. When we at Willow got together to talk about this, we were 100% in agreement, not one dissenting vote. So you're not talking about a few people showed up at the meeting. You're talking about an entire community who frustrated right now. Many are angry. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like anything's going to get done. But I just thought I'd come and have my say. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. are Marina, Irina, and then Morozova.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Irina Morozova, Morozova. I'm a homeowner in Meadow Lakes, and I'm here to voice my opinion that I strongly disagree with the proposed change to gravel extraction registration process. Furthermore, it is very clear that there's a lot of public opposition to the proposed revision to the gravel extraction ordinance. I ask you to please listen to your community concerns. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Michael, Bavngorhe. Come bail me out, please.
Madam Mayor and members of the Assembly, Michael Baumgartner,
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir.
Baumgartner.
Okay, thank you.
I
ahead.
am also here to oppose changes to the gravel extraction registration process. It seems as if this process that as it currently stands has been in place for about 18 years, and the majority of the permits that people request have been approved. So increasing the limits and creating a situation where there's a lot of dust, a lot more traffic,
You can move the
and
mic up so you don't get a drink in your neck.
a lot of more noise, possibility of contamination to a water table. Just seems like it doesn't make any sense, especially considering the strong opposition that's been voiced over the last few years in reference to any of the gravel extraction programs. I think that there needs to be a review process that's already in place, and trying to subvert that doesn't make any sense. It may make sense to a few people, but they probably have different interests in mind. So that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie?
Madam Mayor and Assembly, thank you. My name is Jackie Goforth. I had a hearing on May 18th to discuss this book, Let's Talk About It. It is available at the Willow Library. I got my, I was denied, and I appealed it, and I got the appeal decision, and this book has now been moved into adult population. Now, I want you to know that that is interesting, because they also said that should any age child come and want to pick out that book, they would still check it out to them. Now, I gave you a handout, you might have noticed, and the reason I did is because I have an attorney, 3 librarians, 2 library board members, a Parks, Recreation, and Library director, and a community development director who all seem to think that it is okay for puberty to show that a male will grow female genitalia and a female will grow male genitalia. And I cannot understand why the fact that this book is scientifically inaccurate seems to be not noticed. And so all I can figure is they don't know. So I have given you the paperwork from a Dr. Brennan, who it was approved by him in February, showing that when a human being goes through puberty, if they're a male, they will not grow female genitalia. And if they're a female, they will not grow male genitalia. That is a fact. This book is so scientifically inaccurate, it's embarrassing. Now, I want you also to know that this book has a warning in it. It has a nice little warning that says the author and the publishers are not responsible for any adverse effects that may happen to you because of taking their advice. Now, what I brought for you is a selection of books. You see these books? These books all have one thing in common. They all got published. They're all in bookstores. They're all in libraries. They're all online. Only one of them came from a publisher. 4 of them are self-published. Do you understand how publishing has changed? You can now take a document and put it online on Amazon, and a Word document, and click publish, and you are published. And you can say print it out, and you are printed. And then you can actually pay people to do reviews, and they will put all these reviews up. I have an ex-friend who wanted to do romance books, 26 books for $1. And so she had 26 people write books for her, and they each had to give her $350 to get in this bundle. Okay, that's $9,000 worth of advertising. By the way, romances are not allowed on the USA Today bestseller list or New York Times for a reason now. Okay, and that way they could all get a New York Times or a bestseller or a USA Today bestseller list, even though nobody made any money. And and you know what? She had a writer from Romania send her a book. And she said, I'm not sure I can even read this. And I said, is it any good? And you know what she said? What does it matter? Do you understand how much publishing has changed? The books in the library should never have been published, some of them. I could write a perverted book, and I can put it up tomorrow, and I can get it in a library, and I can pay for a ton of reviews too. So I would really suggest that the library, and you look at defunding them or making sure they can't purchase books unless they're approved, or they go through their procedure and figure out how to make it so that it's viable. Just because it has reviews and just because it's out there doesn't mean anything. Do you have any idea how many 1-star reviews this has? Now, we're not even going to touch on transgendering until next time, because all of these people who seem to think that this is okay, they just must not know. So I would like you to deliver this one. Also, to the gentleman who told me that it's not obscene.
No, be quiet in the audience, please. Be quiet in the audience, please. Be quiet in the audience.
I'm sorry, I didn't notice I was not on a timer. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Maxwell, I don't know what that is. Sumner? Oh, yes, Sumner. How could I? Maxwell, is Maxwell here? What about the other one? Okay. Did he leave? I'll wait and see if he maybe come back. Jenny Cherinsky?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'm here tonight in opposition.
Your name, please, for the record.
Jeannie Tro Shin Ski. TROSHYNSKI.
Thank you.
I'm here tonight in opposition of serial number 23-063. I find it somewhat appalling that you are forwarding a resolution like this when you have no health powers. The borough does not have health powers. That's the only real reason I can see a validity for you to do something like this. I realize you're the assembly. All the different government organizations can make their little opinions out there about things, but I think this is a totally hateful, spirited thing, and it's out of line. I also suggest you stay out of the drag show business, because clearly you got a lot of your own dirt that you need to deal with. Or would that be maybe some gravel or maybe some farmland you need to be dealing with? So I too brought a couple books tonight. I would like to urge you to look up the article from the Frontiersman of November 2nd, 2016, called The Other Ivy. And I would like someone to help me understand why people are parading around this valley with a woman that writes romance and very hot romance novels, who is protesting in our libraries all the other romance novels. Is she jealous because they got more time? I don't understand it, but these are written by a woman whose first name is Jackie. Figure it out. I'm not sure what the story is. Same kind of like The Dirt. What's the real deal here? We are spending time gumming up the works with mean-spirited things. I have personally witnessed the mean-spiritedness of how this has been being handled, and it's not okay. I hope our attorney is doing something to make sure that our librarians are being protected, because I have actually witnessed how mean these people have been to our librarians, and it's not okay, folks. It's not okay. I've heard that there are members of this body here that are going around and encouraging people to check out books out of the libraries and not return them. That's called stealing. You are responsible for the resources of this valley. And I really appreciate when I heard Mr. Brown at the joint meeting talk about what the plan was for how this is being handled. Hugh did a great job of trying to keep that hearing on the book fair, but it was not fair because people were so unbelievably rude in the audience, and it's not okay. We need to figure this out. We're a community, and we are a very diverse community. Let's respect that diversity, please.
Suzette Longacre.
Gotta get this up. It changed. My name is Suzette Longacre. It's Longacre, and mayor and assembly members. My thing just went out. Just a minute. It's a technology problem. I can't print this out. It'll get here. I woke up early this morning thinking about what I was going to say tonight, and there was a peach sheen on the lake right before the sun came up, and it was amazing. It was so peaceful. When you get to be over 70, you have the chance to evaluate what's really important in life. And this is what I've discovered: your relationship with God, your family, how you treat your neighbors and friends, your health, meaningful work, your character and good name, taking care of and enjoying God's creation, and peace. Money and material possessions mean very little and have little to do with contentment. This thing still isn't working. Sorry about that. Okay. That being said, OR 23-033 will not benefit the people of the Mat-Su Borough. They have testified and written letters against this for months. It could definitely affect their health and their peace in their homes. It would pit neighbor against neighbor. The men in favor of the bill have definite conflicts of interest and have put gravel money ahead of their good name and character. This bill has no provision for reclamation and definitely endangers God's creation. Moreover, there is no provision for public comment or input on something that could affect their health, their families, and safety for up to 5 years. In his Gettysburg Address, Abraham Lincoln expressed the hope that government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. The Mat-Su Assembly, if it adopts this gravel bill, is not acting for the people. Can you really put a price on peace? Not all the gravel money in the world could buy it. If you vote for this bill, I hope you have carefully considered the price you are paying. Proverbs 3:3-4 says, and this is your Bible verse for the day, let love and faithfulness never leave you. Bind them around your neck. Write them on the tablet of your heart. Then you will win favor and a good name in the sight of God and men. The assembly members that are supporting this bill are losing their good name. And I was going to end with something else, a poem about peace, but then I found the new amendment proposed by Assembly Member Fanov, who is one of the Gravel Boys. In it, and this is what continues to happen with this gravel bill, is they keep adding amendments, and it's hard for the public even to keep up with what's true. It says additional registrations may be granted by the director upon finding that sufficient material remains to conduct further operations in accordance with the requirements of this bill. It was supposed to end after 5 years. Now it could go on beyond that. It also says the extraction site shall not be within 1/2 mile of any other gravel extraction site registered under this section. They're going to cross that part out, which was a safety factor. You knew there couldn't be one, they're going to be every 1/2 mile. Where I live, they could be much more closer than a 1/2 mile away. Yant has said that
Can I
this
have you
process.
wrap it up, please? Can I have you wrap
Okay.
it up, please?
Okay. He said that this process would only take a short period of time, the time it takes to frame a house, and yet this is going to go beyond 5 years now. And he said it's not as loud as a lawnmower.
Ma'am,
In
can I
both those
have you wrap
cases-
it up? We still have a lot of other people that
I
need
just
to
want
hear.
truth in government, and I don't think I'm getting it here. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Legrone? Larry Legrone? There he is.
Advice, Council Assemblymen and women. Larry Legrone, I'm in the valley, and I've been here quite a while and seen a bunch of changes, and most of them were not for the good. But I'm here to talk against 033, this gravel removal business. Now, why is it that I find the only folks that I hear that are in favor of this are you guys? The boroughs don't want it. The other folks, I don't want it. 3 times before, ordinances from this borough assembly have been voted down. People say they don't want it. So that would be something maybe you guys would like to tell the public here why you want it when nobody else does. Okay, so what I would suggest here tonight, that any of you assembly folks that vote in favor of this are announcing to the world here publicly that you're going to do whatever you want to, no matter what we want to. And there you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Karen Lewis. Karen.
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. My name is Karen Lewis, Lewis. I've lived in the valley here for almost 40 years. I love this valley. It's beautiful. It's charming. I just realized, though, 3 or 4 weeks ago that whoever's in charge of our libraries, the librarians, the library committee, they are snakes. They are polluting the minds of our children. I have 4 books, excerpts here, the excerpts of the 4 books in the Palmer Library, and I'm going to give them to Lonnie after I'm done here. But just, I feel bad about even saying this, but I think most people do not understand. I mean, you can say it's obscene. Let me tell you what's in this one. In Flamer, it has a ring of young men, or young boys, 12, 13-year-olds, and they're playing this game, and they have to masturbate into a bottle, and anybody who doesn't do it has to drink it. That's in this one. This is in our libraries. They're giving this to 14-year-olds And now Eric said they're going to move it from the 14-year-old young adult, or 14-year-olds young adults. No, they're not. They're going to move it from the young adult into the adult, but they're going to let anybody, even 8-year-olds, check it out. You guys got to do something about this. This one, Lucky, it's about the rape of a virgin. Fisting, if you know, I apologize, but it has fisting in there. It has the rapist urinating on her. It's got drugs. It's got sodomy. Hello. These are the books these people want. You're not even, you can't look, huh? Yeah. We even have a Palmer obscenity law that if you give away or offer to give away or make, draw, print, post within the city, any obscene picture, pamphlet, newsletter, journal, magazine, printed on publication, it's against obscenity laws, okay? I'm going to give you these. This is all of the books that are in the Mat-Su Borough libraries. Up here it says booklooks.org. It will, these are just 4. It will give you excerpts of the parts that are obscene. This is a picture of a little girl taking a picture of her private parts. And the book, this is in Let's Talk About It. It says in the book, well, don't do it unless you're 18, but it shows her how to do that. What is going on here? Why are we allowing these people? They're either demonic or something's wrong with them. Mentally ill, I don't know. Something is wrong. But yeah, so I apologize. How awful is this? It's awful. Can we do something, please, about the librarians that said this is okay? I went to that meeting. They said they didn't let us talk. They didn't let us ask questions. They said, no, you all can't talk. Only us. And they said, oh, we're just going to leave it the way it is.
Okay, Karen, thank you.
No, people need to know. I'm sorry,
Okay.
but people need to know what's in there.
Okay, thank you. Colin or Glenn Knickerbocker?
Glenn Knickerbocker.
Well, somebody's coming, so.
Okay, got it.
Good evening, Madam Mayor,
Good
Assembly
evening.
members. I'm here to remind you of the testimony that's been given so far against the Long Lake timber sale. You've gotten written correspondence and verbal testimony from numerous Willow residents. You had written correspondence and numerous testimony from the officers of Waco, the Willow Area Community Organization. And I've been to every meeting where this has been discussed, and I've only heard one person talk in favor of it. And he just happened to be a logger who didn't live in Willow. So I hope you'll do the right thing and rescind this ordinance. Thank you.
Sir, would you give us your name, please, for the record? Thank you.
Can I say it? Glenn Knickerbocker, Knickerbocker. Did you get that?
Yeah, yeah, thank you. Okay. Mike, is that it? Fraher, maybe?
Good evening, Mike Fromm, Frahm.
Okay, there's nothing after the H, huh? Okay, thank you, sir.
In 2013, I and several other Willow residents completed 2 years of work on the Willow Comprehensive Plan. It was approved by Waco in May of that year, and in August, the Assembly incorporated the plan into the Borough Code. It is apparent that the Borough staff did not refer to our plan when they came up with the proposal to conduct the Long Lake Road timber sale, which is shameful because Emerson Kruger helped us write it. There are dozens of examples where this timber sale is not consistent with the goals and objectives established in our plan, but in the interest of time, I'll only cite one. Section 2, land use. Goal 3, maintain the area's scenic, recreational, and residential qualities. Does that sound like we want clear cutting to you? Interestingly enough, the word logging does not appear anywhere in our plan. Not in the land use section, not in the economic development section, nowhere. Which might have been an oversight. Perhaps we should amend the plan and add language something like maintaining the area's scenic, recreational, and residential qualities means no clear cutting. But amending the plan would be a waste of time, wouldn't it? Because clearly you couldn't care less what our comprehensive plan says. Thank you.
Tim Zinglinger? Tim? Calinger. Oh, okay. Joy Brun? Yeah, Bruns, it looks like. Is that right? Joy? Well, I think you're the only Joy listed, so we'll take it.
That's me. Good evening. My name is Joy Bruns, Bruns. I'm here to speak out against the gravel ordinance, but I'll make this quick because the people that spoke before me did an excellent job, and I can't improve on it. So all I will say is please listen to your community because so many are against this, and we would like to be heard. All right. Thank you. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Dale?
Mrs. Mayor, Assembly, Dale Bruns, BRUNS. I too am going to keep my comments short because you have heard everything that needs to be said, and you've heard it from a lot of different people, and you've heard it over and over again. I've been to several. But I do have a couple things. I want to go on record first to oppose the gravel ordinance. Your own Mat-Su Planning Commission guide under citizen participation says citizens should be part of community decisions, and this proposal takes that away. Even small pits that can be renewed for 5 years and can be put a half a mile apart, at least that was the most recent I had heard. I hadn't heard that had been amended out, but those should all have citizens' participation before they're put in. Also, cheaper gravel or other building materials just adds to profit. It doesn't reduce the cost of the end product. You've been told repeatedly that we don't want non-permitted for-profit gravel pits. Please listen to the community. If you or your immediate family own a construction business, gravel pit, or even a trucking business, you can profit from this proposal and should recuse yourself. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Keel?
Carolyn Kyle, Keil.
Thank you.
Good evening. The intent, I'm from the Big Lake community.
Okay.
And the intent of Mookie 2's gravel pit ordinance and now reducing setbacks is a perfect example of using his position on the assembly for his own personal wealth and financial gain. The public voices were 90%, if not more, against the gravel pit ordinance. And this is like I'm reinventing the wheel here because I think I've participated in 4 or 5 of these public hearings. There is no public demand for more gravel. And there are many, many public concerns, safety concerns, that have been shared through multiple years. Please vote this down tonight. The other assembly members that are here that are for this are misguided and also have conflict of interest because of what they do for a living. How can you be a public servant and cut out the public input and communication on what is going on in their communities? The Big Lake Comprehensive Plan doesn't have anything to do about enlarging gravel pits. I've heard from a neighbor who recently spoke to Mookie. Mookie referred to his support of this ordinance based on looking after the entrepreneur and looking after the little guy. Well, this isn't about small business. This is about a community. And if you want to do something about small business, be an advocate for, there's a small business administration that's hiring. So just saying. Let's see. My concerns is you're looking past your responsibility of representing the people. And especially the people in your district, which I'm totally confused why this ordinance came to fruition again. Confused because you're not paying attention to your people, your constituents. But that's okay. I can hear eyes roll. Talented. Have any of you taken the time to come and see West Lakes Boulevard? Drive the road, which has many gravel pits and trucks that will be using that road. Because with the lack of you taking an action to actually see and validate the community's concerns on the safety of the infrastructure and the roads, it's a dereliction of duty. And I'm just frantic. It's not too late. Kill this thing, go down West Lakes Boulevard, and maybe our concerns might be validated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. John Harris. No, there was a John, another one we have. Okay. Because I know there was an earlier John Harris that was here, but he has left. So go ahead, sir.
Madam Mayor. There may be some who believe Mookie 2 uses elected office to improve the lives of Mat-Su homeowners, but his no contractor left behind subdivision gravel extraction ordinance doesn't support that supposition. Nobody asked for this. It will lead to diminished quality of life and is a conflict of interest so glaring, the Planning Commission itself wrote it down. You'll find on the packet for this particular ordinance 2319 from the Planning Commission. And their last submission here is MSB 2.71 to be amended to make it illegal for commissioners, assembly members, or family members thereof to apply for a registration until November 2nd, 2026, adopted by Mat-Su Borough Planning Commission this first day of May, 2023. The Planning Commission recognized that there is a conflict of interest with Assemblyperson 2 and possibly others here, so that they recommended that for 3 years they can't get in on this gravy train. They have to sit around while their competition does it. But here it is, and through the mayor to Representative 2, will you recuse yourself from this vote?
Go ahead and finish. He can't answer, sir. You have finish your testimony, please.
Okay, that's all I had.
Okay, thank you. Corinne Hickey. Corinne?
How I follow some of these are a little scary. I'm Corinne Hickey, Hickey. I'm not here for any of that other stuff. I'm here for Heather Way. I only lasted till 11:15 last time, so I couldn't stay awake that late. I am the only house past the drug house on Heather Way, so I'm the most affected. I've lived there. I live on 15 acres past there in the middle of it. It's not a new issue. This home has been that way for over 10 years. I mean, I've lived there for 22. And when they built their house, it's been a problem for that long. I've been calling code compliance for that long. Finally, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago, I finally said, I want your email because I want something in writing to get something to happen. And so then we have lots of emails going back and forth, but you have a lot of turnover in that department. And anyway, they block the road with their stolen vehicles and junk and trash and garbage. The troopers take hours to respond. Both my husband and I have personally lost work because we couldn't leave our home. We couldn't get to work. We've had to take vacation pay, or I have had to take, no pay because I couldn't get to work. My friend who was at my house this year lost out on a job interview because she couldn't get out because they were blocking the road. That place existing has cost us over $60,000 in costs just living next to them. But you know what's worse is the value of my home has increased by $86,000 in the last 2 years, but that home has decreased over $116,000. Like more than mine's increased, it's decreased. But what's worse than the financial cost is I can't feel safe in my own home. I mean, that's the way it's been. My son just graduated from Wasilla High School, and he has never once been able to walk to the bus stop in the morning because there's always someone passed out there or there's really scary individuals. I mean, he walked home one afternoon when he was about 16 and said, "Mom, I'm so glad I'm a male. I can't imagine what a female would feel like walking past there." That's how bad it is. There's scary people coming and going. One person was actually shot and died a few months ago on one of the deals. Multiple arrests. Talk to any trooper. They know of the place. I've even one time many years ago at 2 o'clock in the morning had to use some unusual force to get people away from my home. It's not, I shouldn't have to come to you. I've been dealing with, you have the code to deal with this. This is the code. This is your code that you have to deal with these kind of places. And I'm asking you to take action. You have action under this code that you can take. Okay? We have this. And I'm just asking for your help. I shouldn't have had to come here. It should have been code compliance and then your attorney's department. So maybe you've got some disconnect there that I have to come to you and ask you to get them to do their job. But just file injunction, enforce the code. I'm looking forward to your suggestion that you're going to have a working group, and I'd sure like to be part of that. Thanks.
Thank you. Mark Mastella? Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. Mark Masteller, Masteller. And I'm here once again with a bunch of other folks asking you to vote down this proposed changes in the gravel ordinance. I don't need to repeat what's been stated. It's been stated more eloquently than I can state it. You know, the biggest thing is cutting the public out of these processes. And clearly the people who are most in favor of this stand to gain financially, and that's wrong. Ironically, earlier in the meeting, somebody brought up the fact that in these lake management plans, we got to make sure the minority voice is heard. Tonight, I think you should make sure the majority voice is heard, and the last 5 other meetings that we've been at. So please vote this ordinance down. Don't make us come back again. These folks have shown they'll come back, as I will as well. Thank you.
Justin Jones?
Good evening. Justin Jones. I'll keep my comments brief. I think those before me have made the points exceptionally well. And but I do find it important to get up and go on the record to oppose the timber sale in Willow. I'm a lifelong Alaskan and born in Anchorage, moved to Willow recently, and I wanted to live in Willow since I was an adult, since I was first introduced to Willow. A timber sale in this area will materially change Willow. And I think the other risk is that the community feels strongly about is if it's done once, it's likely to be done again. I do oppose the timber sale, and I stand behind the community of Willow and I pledge all my resources to fight this timber sale at any cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Diane Lotta.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, Diane Lada, LADA, Big Lake resident. I just wanted to read USC Statute 208, criminal conflict of interest in governing bodies prohibits governing servants from participating personally and substantially in official matters where they have financial interest, either positive or negative. And so I was thinking about how many of you on the Assembly don't find gravel, Ordinance 23033, destructive or pollutants or noise bearing, destructive to neighborhoods, to children playing, safety, pits in neighborhoods. You don't find that gravel offensive, just like some people here didn't find pornography with children offensive. That just really gets me because they're producing it, they're working in it, they don't find it offensive. You wouldn't find gravel an issue in neighborhoods because you work in it. And I think we do really need to look at conflict of interest. There's a lot of public record. Mr. Yunt has a very successful home building, good for you, but you have pavers and driveways and parking lots and septic, foundation, you're surrounding gravel, but you also have an issue with dumping it in the wrong place, and that's not right. Maybe that didn't bother you, but it bothers the wetlands, it bothers people that don't want that. And Mr. Tu as well, a pretty significant history in gravel and excavation and trucking, whatever you want to call it. You wouldn't find it destructive to homes and neighborhoods because you work in it. And we're having this discussion again. Mr. Bernier, your campaign slogan said concrete hard. I mean, concrete is a gravel product and you need gravel for concrete and cement. Once again, you wouldn't find it an issue because you're working in it. And Mr. Fonop, once again, very successful contractor, business, homes surrounded by gravel, septic system, foundations, parking lots. I mean, you need gravel. You wouldn't find it an issue because you work in it. And I would ask you to check your heart, your conviction, do the right thing and recuse. There is a clear conflict of interest when we look around us and we're asking you to step back. I always think of the verse that says, iron sharpens iron. And there's a sharpening going on right now, and I pray that you would check your heart and do the right thing and recuse. Thank you.
Will Turnage.
Madam Mayor, Assembly members, I'm here to talk about the gravel pit. Probably nothing, I can't speak more to what's already been said other than to reiterate that I would like to have public opinion still available. That's what this country is founded on. When you take that away, you lose the basis of democracy. Mr. Yunt, earlier in this evening, you talked about the division of a community. This has actually brought a lot of the community together against this ordinance. And I would hope that means, something to you. And also, you talked about a loss of asset value and, a gravel pit obviously devalues a house. We just fought, I live off Sylvan. And we just fought that gravel pit was going to be at the Sylvan area. And it's ironic that we have to be back here again fighting the exact same thing. And I just asked you guys, and also wanted to reiterate conflict of interest. I understand small business. I love economics and our capitalistic society that we have, and I want that to continue, but we should do that in a responsible way. So, thank you.
Will, would you state your name? I don't.
Will Turnage.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Jonna Nollard? Hi.
You were close, in the neighborhood.
Okay.
I'll be brief since I stole a little time earlier. My name's Jonna Naylor, Jonna
Thank you.
I live in Wasilla, or just outside of Wasilla on Chickaloon Way. And I'm here to go on record as being against the gravel pit. I know, shocking, isn't it? There is a clear conflict of interest for some folks on the gravel pit. I like the term that came up tonight called gravel boys. And I think it's going to stick, especially if you vote to change that rule, because the old process has been working very, very well. And so why would you need to change it? It doesn't make any sense unless it's about money. And one thing I noticed from sitting through the meeting all night is that it doesn't really matter whether you're pro or con on book bans, and it doesn't really matter whether you're pro or con on the drag thing. Everybody is anti-gravel. Thank you.
Thank you.
My wife and I to your church. We'd love to come visit with you. You guys get to know us. You'll find out we're not near as abomination.
You're invited. Caleb, do we have people online? So we'd like to remind the people online when they get ready to testify, be sure and press *3. So if the first person online would go ahead and give us their testimony, please.
Yes, this is Tamara Smith, SMID. I'm another one that wants to speak against the proposed gravel ordinance. A lot of this has to do with property values and safety, but it has to do with the public process. And of course, in our representative democracy, the job of the assembly and other government officials is to help with the public good, not personal good. So I, for one, pledge that I will inform the voters of each particular area if their assembly representatives vote in favor of this ordinance. So please, once and for all, let's reject all this stuff and get back to developing projects that are with public comment. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Next person online, please.
Yeah, this is Max Sumner. I was sorry I was there earlier, but I had to take my daughter home to put to bed. I didn't realize this was going to take this long. I just want to say I'm well, maybe in the minority, but I support the gravel bill, and I wanted to applaud the assembly for kind of stopping the public comment period. But I guess it's continuing because it's the same people that keep coming out again and again in opposition to this. And I was actually there earlier with a list of people that people that I know that called because they couldn't make it in because they had to get to work the next day and couldn't last till midnight to make public comment. But they were all in support of this gravel bill. These are the guys, the salty earth guys that have to wake up at 6 a.m. to strap on their boots and go to work and, support the industry and the economics in the building industry, basically in the Mat-Su Valley. I wanted to remind the assembly that, basically not everyone is against this. I think that you're hearing from a very outspoken and vocal and irate minority. I think that in the past, you have already had people that have spoken with their votes putting in conservative-minded individuals like yourselves onto your seats. People that are in support of economic development, people that are in support of the growth, people that are in support of the construction industry. These are the people that, quite frankly, can't show up and spend all night at the assembly meetings, kind of like I had to leave. So yeah, with that said, I just wanted to remind you guys that there are a lot of people that do support this. Thanks.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
My name is Patty Fisher, Fisher. I am opposing the gravel ordinance. I've spoken many times before to you about gravel over at least a period of 18 months, and I really feel that my comments have been ignored. You say you are listening, but you are not. It is obvious from the comments that the public are overwhelmingly opposed to this legislation. Tonight, it's probably, I haven't counted them up, but it's probably 20-2 of those people that are opposed are the 20. At the last meeting, those who spoke in favor, which was about 30% that night, were almost entirely from the gravel industry, either owners or employees. The other 70% were residents of the borough. Residents do not want gravel excavation without public notice and public comment. The comments on social media have been overwhelmingly opposed to this legislation. Mr. Sumner is here, seems a bit ironic because he's been here more than once talking about it, and yet he points out that other people have. Actually, there's a lot of new names that have come tonight. Most recently, you tried to paint this ordinance as being something that it is not. The discussion at the last meeting was almost comical, trying to change it to low-income housing. This bill will benefit the construction industry, period, without regard for the existing homeowners in a neighborhood. So I say again, you are not listening. We have spoken repeatedly about the lack of public notice and comment. No changes have been made to the ordinance in that regard. You are not listening. I don't know how many times I have to repeat it. You are not listening. You further have stonewalled the public through the changes in the ordinance, withdrawals, rewrites, delays, additions, such that we have had to repeatedly testify against this measure, even though someone like Mr. Sumner says that that's wrong. It is obvious that you, Mr. Tu, Mr. Yunt, Mr. Fonoff, Mr. Bernier, have not been listening. Those of us who have been emailing comments, phoning in, or coming to those meetings, well, guess what? We are super voters. We will vote in November, and we will remember your lack of concern for the public. Thank you.
Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Carissa Hoyman, Hooyman, and I am against the gravel pit. Just part of doing business in the Matanuska-Susitna Borough is following the law, even if that means obtaining permits. Obtaining permits are put in place for a reason. For example, protecting citizens, their health, and their property values. Now let's discuss this gravel pit permitting process. 3 things are affected: the environment, people's health, and property values. Be assured, the environmental hazards are intertwined with the Mat-Su Borough citizens' health and property values. The aggregate is mined from the earth, either dug out of pits or blasted out of quarries, which has many significant environmental impacts. To reach the aggregate underneath, it leads to loss of existing wildlife, huge loss of biodiversity, causing plants and aquatic distraction to adjacent ecosystems, hazards affected by noise, dust, pollution, contaminated water. Pits and quarries disrupt existing movement of surface water and groundwater, reduces quantity and quality of drinking water for residents and wildlife near and downstream. Now, the health impact. Silica dust is a byproduct of gravel mining. Some of the crystalline silica can be of the most dangerous variety, with a designation as a 2.5 part per million particle, measuring less than 2.5 micrometers in size. Once these tiny particles enter the lungs, they stay there. The closer you are to the source, the higher the concentration and danger. Once these fine particles enter the lungs, the body has no means to expel them. Crystalline silica will infiltrate homes and school heating and cooling systems, and there is no viable way to stop it or mitigate it. Tiny silica particles are freed during gravel extraction and crushing and are carried away by the wind. And as we all know, the Matanuska-Susitna Valley is very windy, with wind speeds reaching hurricane strength. Now, property values. Loss of property value, drinking water contamination, loss of residual wells, air quality degradation, destroying the citizens' health, erosion and potential flooding from mine settlement ponds. Who would want to purchase a home knowing these hazards? Would you? With this ordinance, it appears that you are only worried about your bottom line without regard to the citizens of the Matsu Borough. How well will you sleep knowing you are endangering the environment, health, and property values of our beloved citizens? Thank you.
Thank you. And the next person online, please.
Hello, it's Steve Edwards again from the Road Board. So I'm going to dispense with the reasons for voting the gravel pit ordinance down and just speak. You know, we know the vote is 4-3. It's been 4-3 for over a year. And I feel like really the only possibilities that we have is for Rob, you to change your mind, or Ron, for you to change your mind. And, you know, listen to your heart and think, you know, this is just not the right thing for this. And I know both of you want to, you know, do the right thing for the community. And you also want to allow for, you know, development of these unusable lots that have hills and dips and so forth. And that makes sense to me. And I guess my thought is, if either or both of you would just change your mind on this one ordinance, vote it down tonight, and then bring forward something that's land use development oriented, that does not speak to gravel pits. It's just for leveling the lots, as you wanted, Ron, and you support, Rob. It just allows for that development. Bring that forward, and I think you'll get a lot more support, and you won't have all this opposition, because it's really the gravel pits that's creating the conflict here, and the road damage that the road board is concerned about is relating to gravel pits. So I think you could solve this just by getting rid of this ordinance and start with a fresh one that just has to do with land development. So if one or both of you would be willing to just change your mind tonight, listen to the people, vote this down, and bring forth something that solves the problem of the development of homes without creating gravel pits, it would be a great service to the Matsu Valley. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hello, my name is Beth Pattinson, and I live in the Palmer area. I'd like to just commend everybody that is in the public that's sitting in that room for your constitution, just sitting there listening and waiting in line to speak. It's an amazing example of democracy. The members of the Assembly, I'd like to thank you as well for your time tonight and for listening to everyone with such patience. I'm here to state my opposition to the gravel pit discussion, and like many others, I'd like to keep it brief because there are much more articulate people that have spoken. This is my first time speaking on this particular topic. I voice my concerns regarding the air, noise, and water quality problems that have already been stated, along with the lack of public participation in extraction activity that could have significant impacts on our community at large. The proposal could significantly affect property values and quality of life for unsuspecting neighbors. Boroughs tonight mentioned their concerns about setting neighbor against neighbor, and those are valid. To me, the gravel pit discussion seems to be a solution in search of a problem. I'm not able to see the value in it. It appears to me the current system works. I'm wrong. If there is a value to this ordinance, then I'd like to ask that we put it to a community vote instead. If 60% of the Matthew Valley, to borrow a parameter that was used earlier tonight, wants a gravel pit that can operate next door to their property for 5 years with no input on the operation of it and subsequent remediation, then the proposal could pass with legitimate public input. Tonight, I would propose, other than voting for nay on this, it be tabled to consider putting it up for a public vote later this year in November. If it can't be tabled tonight, then I'd like to ask each of you to consider the consequences to your community and vote no on this proposal. If you do vote for it, if it does pass, I'd like to ask our mayor to veto it. Thank you so much for your time. It was an honor to be here. And let's just have love and consideration for each other, no matter our opinions and values. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there another person online, Caleb? Okay, go ahead. Who's next online, please?
Hi, my name is Camden Gailey, spelled Yehle, and I'm calling in representing the Meadow Lakes Community Council. And again, I'm one of the many folks who are repeat testifier on the gravel issue, because I feel like I owe it to our Meadow Lakes Community Council membership who voted to oppose this. So instead of them all having to call in if they can't, I'm here representing more than just myself. We oppose the ordinance. Please table it forever or vote it down. It would be much appreciated. If your goal is to increase participation in assembly meetings, you've definitely achieved that. I've learned about a lot of things that you guys are working on that I did not know about. So that's been quite interesting. Also, we have one of our members called in today. She feels strongly enough about this issue that she called in while she's on vacation on the East Coast, and it's approaching 2 a.m. her time, but she feels strongly enough about this to call in anyway. And I wanted to thank the Assembly and staff for making sure that we have the opportunity to testify over the phone, because that opens the door so much wider for those of us who can't make it over there in person, no matter the reason, and still provide our testimony. Also, to the person who was saying that people are getting their voices not heard because these meetings are late. There are lots of other ways that our assembly members have to hear from people. So, and they know how many people have called in and sent emails at more convenient times a day, whatever that might be for that person. So calling into the assembly meeting might be the most visible way to provide testimony, but it is absolutely not the only way. And so if folks want to comment, they can. And thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Next person online, please.
Hi, this is Diana Irwin, ERWIN, and I am Speaking to oppose the gravel ordinance, there's a lot that's already been covered. However, I want to come to this from a health perspective. I do also want to say I don't understand why we want to expand gravel pits near residential neighborhoods to begin with, or homes. It's just from a health perspective, it doesn't make sense to me. However, health perspectives, dust is harmful to people, animals, plants, their lungs, their nasal passages, their eyes, etc. If someone has asthma and respiratory issues, it's alarming to me that we would have this activity going on around their homes, especially in light of the fact that we have to live with COVID-19 now and no telling what else as far as respiratory illnesses and diseases these days. But the dust can only exacerbate health challenges for people with these certain conditions. Also, issues of actual, I know this may sound odd, but of mental health and quality of life that are associated with noise that gravel pit operations create. There, as we all know, if the gravel pit ramps up in the summertime, we have limited summer and quality of life as far as summertime goes for people in Alaska. We're trying to enjoy those outdoor spaces. And if they have a gravel pit near their home, you have to contend with the dust and the noise and everything that comes with a gravel pit. And that is not healthy in a residential community around people's homes. I mean, it could be a subdivision. It could be just a couple of homes. And here in the valley, I just don't feel that's acceptable to put this stuff near people's homes. There's all the other issues, potential harm to water tables, damage to roads. The list goes on. People have talked about it ad nauseum. If I was on the assembly, honestly, I wouldn't want to be responsible for doing this to people in their neighborhoods and near their homes. I feel like we can be a better community. We can respect the neighbors, our health, our happiness, our home values, and all of those things. There's just no reason to expand the size of these gravel pits. I feel like the Mat-Su Valley is a beautiful place. Then we all deserve healthy neighborhoods and homes with fresh air. We want to work on beautifying our surroundings instead of tearing them down with a gravel pit. And I can tell you from personal experience, we have a gravel pit behind our home. It's no longer active. Apparently, there's some sort of a reclamation process. However, I think the reclamation on that was they installed a cell tower. They didn't do anything else. So all that dirt and dust is still loose back there.
Thank you.
The kids drive their bikes back there and kick up the dust. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person online, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Deputy Mayor, would you move to extend the meeting?
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11 o'clock.
Okay. Is there objection? No objection, and it's so ordered. The next person online, please.
Hello, this is Ruth Wood in Talkeetna, calling in again. I've been out of town, and I just wanted to see what you guys were going to do tonight, so I called in, and lo and behold, audience participation is still going on. And what's very interesting, I've told you before my reasons to oppose the gravel ordinance, but I just want to talk about the fact that I have heard so many different people speaking with so many different problems on gravel extraction, gravel pits, that it shows you that every pit is different. And it really, really, really needs to have a thorough and complete look with public participation. I agree with those who say you're not listening. We do want to participate when something is happening in our neighborhood, and something that can be as intrusive as gravel extraction really, really, really needs for people who live around it to be able to have their say. There needs to be restrictions, time restrictions, noise restrictions, pollution restrictions, water table protection, and it's going to be different for every single pit. So it's really important that the code which is working be left in place. And I'm really, really, really upset that you've had to listen to this for hours on end, and we've had to call in and also listen for hours on end just because you're not listening to your constituents. And I want to just say to the caller, either the one right before or the before that, I don't remember which, who said, Mayor, please, 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 if no one else will listen and they've approved this ordinance, please exercise your veto authority, because somebody has to care about the public. And if it's not our assembly members, it's up to you. So I don't think I can add anything other than please do not pass this ordinance. And I did look and see that there's a couple more amendments coming here, there, or the other. But when are we going to have a chance to look at those amendments and have input on them? You know, this is just being handled really, really poorly. And I'm really disappointed in the whole assembly who, or at least most of the assembly, who doesn't really care about the people of the valley. So very sorry about this, that it's happening like this. Really, really disheartening to your public, to your voters. And I urge you to vote this ordinance down, and I urge the mayor to veto it if you don't. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else online? Two more. Okay. Next person online, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. Thank you for your service and time. This is Dan Tucker, Tucker, from Wasilla. I'm also an RSA supervisor. I see that Ordinance 23-033 is back on your agenda under unfinished business. This one is long past the time it should have been done, gone, put to rest, dead, and buried. Gravel. The word's been spoken and spit out for the past many months because of the underhanded and deceitful way that this ordinance was brought forward. An article in the Sunday, May 21st Frontiersman was plenty right on. The subject is not getting old. It is past time to put it into the grave where it belongs. I have not read a single positive comment about this proposal since it popped up by surprise on the Assembly agenda. My impression of the entire issue is close to what Assemblymember D. McKee noted. I don't know if the 84% is an exact figure, but I haven't found anyone except a few developers that support it, even in the suspended, new, revised, amended, changed, altered, continued, and still proposed version. This much tweaking is a strong indication of something that someone is attempting to force through any way they can, and it's a problem. I've already submitted testimony on all of the road service area issues, and you're still trying to pass it, so I'll hit it from another angle. Without question, my faith in at least some of the Assembly members, specifically those that clearly have a stake in its passing, is clearly shaken in suspect. How any builder, contractor, or excavator can look at the voting public in the eye, the ones that elected them, and say straight-faced that they don't have an ethics conflict astounds and confounds me. Assemblyman 2's comment a while back that he doesn't have any gravel pits is to ignore that there are still some out there that he could wake back up within a few hours. Why would this matter to him or other builder members unless he had something in mind for the future, especially with such overwhelming pushback from the public? The only way I'd trust their words on this would be if it were proceeded with an amendment to the effect no present member of the Assembly or their family members or business associates could make use of this regulation for a period of at least 6 years. But that wouldn't change the fact that this big of a proposal, regardless of how much makeup, lipstick, or polish you put on it, is still a pig. Last, if I remember correctly, the intent of the elections is to identify honest, caring, intelligent people to represent the will of the people, the majority who voted for them. Nothing about this entire fracas looks, sounds, feels, or smells like that's what's happening. The Assembly member who proposed it and is still pursuing it, and those who are tagging along on it by clear evidence in the papers, comments, forums, and discussions are not representing the will or desire of we, the voting people. So they must be representing their own self-interest. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person online, please.
Hello, this is Robert Hancock. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm Starlinking you from Bristol Bay right now. I'm out on a boat, but I'm calling about the timber sale in West Long Lake. I think you've heard from me before. Again, just want to be on record to say this was ill-conceived from the beginning. The facts don't, that the boroughs presented, employees have presented to make this a good project don't hold any water, and this doesn't pass the smell test, and I hope it doesn't go through. But I guess that's what I have to say about this. It just smells like a backdoor good old boy deal between Poppert Mill and certain employees at the borough, and I just hope it doesn't happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that everybody online? Okay. So I'll bring it back now to those present here. Anybody that hasn't testified that would like to, yeah, just come and form a line if you would and state your name and then what your testimony is.
Hello, my name is Drew Drake, and I am here to support our libraries and librarians. I'd like to think that I'm not a complete idiot, but I'm also aware that I'm not better than professionals in their field. There have been a lot of attacks thrown around tonight. Maybe some of them were justified. I'm not smart enough to say whether they were or not, but I feel like our librarians have been attacked a lot. And so I'm up here tonight to just ask you, assembly members and mayor, to support our librarians. They are borough employees. Many of them have very impressive degrees and plenty of experience in this field. Libraries are a place for everyone, even if you don't agree with the concepts in every book that's in a library. That doesn't mean we should exclude them. There are people of different walks of life, and they should be included as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Steve Alt, A-U-L-T. I am a resident and homeowner of the Moose Park community in Wasilla, where we have 65 homes in our community. Our community has balloted 3 times to have our streets paved at a shared borough and homeowner expense. In the 2021 ballot round, we missed passing the ordinance by 1 vote that was disallowed by the borough when the vacationing homeowner was out of state. Reballoting in 2022, the LID ordinance finally passed and was approved by the Borough Assembly on June 21st. The borough then sent the necessary instructions to the Public Works Department on June 22nd, and that is where the project stalled. Some homeowners have diligently followed up via various borough channels only to learn that the borough has failed our community on many levels regarding this ordinance. We were told that the failure to move a project forward has never happened before in the borough's history, indicating that there is no precedence for this scenario. No one at the borough seems interested in determining the cause for the oversight and delay, which means this scenario may happen again. Now our community is being asked to reballot the ordinance due to an increase in estimated cost as it never went to bid, which is to say that the true cost to complete the paving project is still unknown. At the end of the day, the community has petitioned multiple times to get the ordinance approved for balloting, performed and passed the balloting, and received assembly approval of the ordinance OR 22-38 a year ago. We have done our part, and now the Director of Finance is insisting that the community reballot the ordinance, citing no existing process, no precedent, no ordinance, nor any statute requiring that the borough take such action. Our community is outraged that not only are the costs increasing due to the blatant inaction by the borough, but that we must also reassess the community's willingness to move forward with the project when we have otherwise demonstrated our resolve to do so. The borough should bear the responsibility to make the community whole by upholding the prior ordinance approval, bidding and building the pavement project, and absorbing the lion's share of the cost increase due to their negligence to complete the approved project in a timely and cost-effective manner. I respectfully request that the Assembly consider the many negative impacts that our community, to our community by the inaction of our local government, and that the Assembly support moving the approved 22038 ordinance forward without delay. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Good evening. My name is Eric Hesnes, spelled Hestnes. I was at the last meeting, and I asked Mr. Yunt about the charges against him, and he asked me that he could explain them when the talking was over, and we could talk with the Assembly and the people, and he did. However, he missed all the facts. I have your copies. I'll let the United States government speak for me tonight, too. These are copies of the court filings against Mr. Yunt and his construction company of his violations. He's in severe violations with the EPA on 2 different locations, one at Lake Wasilla and one at the Cottonwood Creek site. It's without getting permits. He went in and he dumped riprap, rock, gravel, topsoil on both locations. He was cited by the EPA. He was given numerous opportunities to resolve this, yet he refused. It's still an ongoing case, and he is subject to fines of up to $64,000 per day per violation. I ask, I'd written this all out, but I really ask, how can we allow somebody who obviously doesn't follow the rules himself go through the permitting process, be allowed to sit on this assembly and vote on something that takes away our rights? You know, I mean, may I present this to you?
You can
For
give it to
interesting
the
reading?
clerk. Mhm.
What I'm asking, not only that, you know, Mr. Moki too, and for Mr. Yunt to be recused. That's not asking too much. They have, it's black and white that both these parties stand to make a lot of money off this if this is passed. And, you know, you're opening yourself up for lawsuits. I've also been in contact with KTUU. They did a nice story tonight on the Channel 2 News, and I think they're in attendance tonight. They're going to do a follow-up story. So I hope you do the right thing. It's really your job is an honorable position. And I hope you do the right, honorable thing tonight, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, Jesse Sumner. I just wanted to address a couple of things that I heard. So it's been said that it is the gravel ordinance would be bad for our roads, but I'm not sure that I exactly understand that, because as a contractor myself, you always go to the closest gravel source. So you're going to have a fixed amount of gravel that you have to bring in, but it'll be less truck traffic, less road miles if it's a closer source. So having more pits would reduce the damage to the roads, in my estimation. You know, I've hauled 5,000 yards into a single a house site before. You don't need a permit for that. Now, that was a lot of trucks. If there had been a neighbor nearby that had a hill that they wanted to take down, that would be a substantially lower amount of truck traffic on our roads to just move it from there. You know, so one thing I'd say is that the more restrictive we make our permitting process, the more likely you are to have mega pits, you know, where I think there's a pit maybe that pulling out almost 1 million yards a year and sending it to Anchorage. And of course, that's because they're by the railroad side track. But as you make the permitting process more restrictive, the only people that will get permits are people that are pulling out enormous volumes of gravel. And they don't care about how they leave the land because it's the value of the gravel plus the value of their permit that they hold. Because if you make it so restrictive that there can only be a few permits, they'll dig that thing down to China to sell the gravel, and it'll be expensive gravel. So I think people really need to consider that. If you got rid of the permitting process altogether, I think people would take hills down flat and they'd fill holes in flat, and we'd be able to develop the valley a lot better. So something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you. Nice to see you.
And I'm really troubled to hear about this LID thing. I'm not sure what's going on there, but I hope that thing can get sorted out. So thank you.
Yeah. There's probably some people up here that could fill you in, Representative Sumner. Yes, sir.
Evening. My name is David Kelly, Kelly. Mayor, Assembly members, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to add my voice urging the Assembly to support Assemblymember McKee's motion to rescind resolution number 23041 with the Timberlake sale on Long Lake Road. I was struck this evening by the forestry experts' initial point saying that the first thing that they do is get significant public input and support for any project they pursue. And I also wanted to touch on a couple of notes from your staff alluding to the fact that the timber tends to support home construction. This project does neither. It's just for firewood. And the allusion to fire mitigation, it would actually have the opposite effect. No spruce were being planned to take up, none of the dead spruce, none of the brush. All of this would be left for the residents to deal with as far as increased fire danger. And I think it's clearly not the highest and best use for the property. It's pretty plain to see. And there's united community opposition to it, and it's in a developed area. So please move forward with rescinding that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hi, Madam Mayor and Assembly people. My name is Karen Jones. I live at Honeybee Lake in Willow. I'm opposed to the Long Lake timber sale for all of the reasons previously expressed by the Willow residents. But I have another concern that I haven't heard mentioned. If the timber is clear cut, could flooding, the chance of flooding increase on Lynn and Honeybee Lake? Has this been studied? It's a particularly worrisome concern relating to Honeybee because it's a closed basin lake. Water enters Honeybee through a stream connecting Lynn Lake to Honeybee, and from rainfall and runoff. There's no outlet from Honeybee other than normal evaporation and soil percolation. On a map, it looks like Honeybee might drain into Little Honeybee, but that's not the case. It's a closed basin. There's no outlet stream. So Honeybee is more susceptible to the whims of nature and whatever man might do to it. Last fall, after several months of constant rain, the water level in Honeybee Lake rose to near record levels. The soil was severely saturated and could not absorb more water. Flooding occurred, particularly on our property. There's no outlet, so it's going to flood. Then last winter, we had a heavy snowpack, and this spring, the lake is flooding again. If it continues to rise as we speak, and it's threatening to do more property damage, over the past dozen years, we've seen occasional high water, but nothing like we're seeing right now. If the Long Lake timber is logged, there may be serious ramifications. I'm not an arborist or hydrologist, but information available through a web search of reliable sources such as the U.S. Forest Service, Alaska Department of Fish and Game, U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, European Environmental Agency, Purdue University, Penn State Extension Service, and businesses such as Northwest Arboriculture have posted articles about the role of forests in water management. It's a scientific fact that logging trees contributes to flooding. Trees are one of the most effective tools of nature when it comes to managing groundwater. They help reduce the chance of flooding by collecting water in their root systems and returning water to the air through transpiration. A single tree can absorb between 10 and 150 gallons of water a day. The root system also help soil erosion. If the hillsides are logged, hundreds, if not thousands of trees are cut down. Water will no longer be absorbed by the trees. Nothing will prevent the water from becoming runoff. So more water will enter the lakes. In addition, the runoff will bring sediment, and that's bad for closed basin lakes like Honeybee because it makes the lake bottom less porous and less absorbent. Over time, the lake won't drain as well, and this will further increase the flooding potential. I'm watching this every day. The water's coming up, and I'm very worried that we're going to do something to exacerbate the threat of flooding. Please study this issue carefully before you decide. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor.
Hi, Lisa.
Hello, Assembly. My name is Lisa Sand, and I'm here to speak on the LID for Moose Park subdivision. I'll give you a little bit of history about it because some of you are new. I put out the petition fall of 21. I got the required signatures. February 1st of 22, I received notification that we did meet the requirement and it was moving to the next step. May 18th, we got the ballot to vote on the paving project. June 21st, it was approved by the Assembly. June 22nd, we got a letter from Marcia stating that it was being moved to the next step. No communication after June 22nd until I contacted Marcia in April of this year to find out what the status was of the paving project. Marcia then referred me to Public Works. I'm not going to name the names of the Public Works individuals, but I will say I'm still waiting to hear from the director of that department. I have not received a call back, but I have talked to other individuals that have informed me that they were new to the department. They are not aware of the history of what happened to our project. And they started employment in November. I've talked to some other members of the borough. They said there's been several position changes, employee changes in that department in the last 18 months. So I'm assuming someone didn't do their job or our job got lost in transition of employee changes. But we didn't hear anything as homeowners until I made the attempt to find out what the status was. So after Public Works told me that there's nothing that they can do because it's above, now their estimate is higher than what was estimated in 2022. It was then determined by the finance director that the project could not move forward and we had to do a reballot. Per the finance director, this has never happened in her 20 plus years of employment with the borough. And I was told there's no statute or ordinance, and it was a decision made amongst her and I believe an assembly member. I'm a little baffled because now as homeowners, we're being penalized when we were told in 2022 it would be $6,797.75 per homeowner. That was in 2022. That's when the assembly approved it. That's when action should have taken place. It didn't. So now they're going for 2024, which we're being told it's a 42% increase. And now homeowners are going to anticipate paying $9,527.05. That's obscene. That's absurd. As a homeowner, why am I being penalized for something that did not take place in 2022 when it was approved by the assembly? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Ellery Gibbs, Gibbs. Madam Mayor, Assembly members, staff, thank you for your time. I live in District 6, Mr. Fonov's district. And I, first of all, just like to say thank you, Mr. Bernier, for what you brought up here. Where was it? My apologies. The resolution RS 23063. This is something that does need to be done. As a father of 6, my wife and I homeschooled our children specifically for the fact of the situation that we're talking about with the librarians, with the libraries, with the school, with things that are in school libraries that have no reason to be there. There is a case, there is a reason for censorship in that respect. Our children do not need to have pornography in the schools. There's absolutely no reason for that. As a parent, I would never want my children to be exposed to that. And that's part of the reason my wife and I homeschooled all 6 of our children. We took the ultimate step in censoring what they had available to them for the aspect so that they would have a proper understanding when they were exposed to it. Is this right for them or is this wrong for them? I was raised Christian. My children were raised Christian. However, there are people that are even here in the audience that do not believe in that. That is our right here in the United States of America to believe as we wish. However, our children cannot and should not ever be indoctrinated with something that is filthy and that is evil. That is the purview of a parent to decide what is acceptable to them, not somebody that has been placed in a public capacity, because somebody in a public capacity, whether it's yourselves here on the assembly, Madam Mayor, the rest of you, or somebody as a teacher, you have a higher responsibility to keep garbage out of our children's lives, or in the respect of other things the same way. Quickly, I just want to say, if the rest of the borough, whoever's involved in this is inappropriate. What was the other thing? Just be on record again against the gravel ordinance. It's not necessary. We already have enough in place that it's in good shape. If you move it forward, Mr. Hale's amendments, I would encourage you to please use them and go with them. It's reasonable, it's appropriate, thought has been put into it. Thank you again for your time. Have a good evening.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else? Yes.
Hi, my name is Mary White Meacham, White, Meacham. As I've been sitting here, and I've been to many of these meetings, I want to let you know that if we continue with the willow wood sale of the lumber, and then you go along with the pits, change your medallion to look like a paved green. Because I tell everybody that wants to come to Alaska, you better come before they pave it green. Thank you.
Anyone?
The only one left to talk.
I'm
I'm Joseph Pereira, P-A-R-R-E-I-R-A. Just wanted to share with you guys the first shipment of the surfacing for the Palmer Family Playground has been delivered over on the site. And so we're hoping to get the rest of it and equipment shipped. One thing that we added is restrooms. So there'll be some restrooms that actually are accessible for handicap and has adult size changing tables. So it is fully a park that is inclusive for all people of mental, emotional, physical disabilities. Still a little bit short on the financing. Hopefully that gets wrapped up relatively soon. So we're excited about that. Anybody that wants to check out what's going on, Palmer Family Park, on Facebook. They can check it out. We're going to have a community build. So we're encouraging folks in the community that want to be a part of Alaska's first and only fully inclusive, all accessible playground. Check it out. Let me know, and work together as a community to make it happen. That's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Pastor. Anyone else that hasn't testified that would like to?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Sandra Phillips Johnson, PHILLIPS-JOHNSON.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak and come up, and I would reiterate what has been said. I am against the gravel pits. I think that what we had in place was working. And I would think that we would want to think about our future and what we want our areas to look like. Having a gravel pit every half mile, and as I'm new at doing surveying right now, going around and seeing these random potholes of where people have dug and they can throw their trash or rotting cars and stuff. I don't think that we want that, especially with tourism. I came up here to do tourism, and I love being here. I love being able to see the mountains and the thought of clear cutting. I come from Washington State. Clear cutting was our thing, and it's ugly. But I feel for these people. I am so sorry it is happening to you. I hope that something will happen. But again, I want to voice my against the gravel proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that hasn't testified that would like to? Okay, do we have any new people online? We do not. Okay. One last chance. Okay, I'm going to close audience participation. Do we need to have a break, or we want to move forward? Sure. Say, well, what, 7 minutes? Or is that too short? Okay, let's go ahead and come back at 10:35. That's on our agenda is we are at the consent agenda, and we did pull one item. Is there any other items to be pulled by the assembly? Yes, assembly person.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
I'd like to pull resolution 23-063.
Which one?
Okay.
23063.
Okay. Any other items to be pulled? Okay. Go ahead then, Madam Clerk.
Resolution 23055, a resolution waiving the fee for a conditional use permit within Denali State Park Special Land Use District. Resolution 23067, a resolution amending the composition of the Joint Assembly School Board Committee. Resolution 2368, a resolution authorizing the borough manager to enter into an agreement with Mass Excavation for the Alsop Interim Materials District material sale. Resolution 2369, a resolution providing a one-time waiver of landfill fees for up to 25 dumpsters for the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Town Site Cleanup. AM 23047, authorizing the borough manager to enter into a contract addendum number 4 with the City of Palmer in the contract amount of $636,638.50 for the contract period of July 1st, 2019 to June 30th, 2024. For fire protection services for fiscal year 2024, AM 23048, authorization to renew the basic banking services contract with KeyBank National Association in the contract amount not to exceed $500,000. AM 23049, awarded bid number 2390B to Ficklin Construction in the contract amount of $1,249,789.92 to install new pathway accessibility improvements at 5 Borough School District locations. AM 2350, awarded bid number 2392B to Mass Excavation in the contract amount of $1,064,034.08 to provide road improvements to Valley View Drive, Spinnaker Drive, Admiralty Circle, and Neptune Circle in Wasilla. AM 23051, approve the cost for utility relocation services with Matanuska Telephone Association, the contract amount of $121,352.31. For the Sherry Lake Drive, Karen Avenue, and King Arthur Drive project. AM 2352, approval of change order number 2 to contract number 21160P with Kenny Engineering for the Point McKenzie Road reconstruction milepost 0 through 7 project. AM 23053, award of proposal number 2368P to Altman Rogers and Company in the contract amount of $1,714,350 to provide auditing services for the borough administration and the school district. AM 23054, awarded bid number 23104B to Northern Asphalt Construction in the contract amount of $429,980 for Lucille Street rehabilitation. And 23055, awarded bid number 23106B to Pro Stripe LLC and the contract amount of $323,185 for the 2023 road striping.
And Deputy Mayor.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Okay, hearing none, then the consent agenda is approved. And Madam Clerk?
Resolution 23063, a resolution urging the state of Alaska to stop the practice of using taxpayer funds for transgender surgeries, cross-sex hormones, and puberty blockers. It was pulled by Assemblymember Hale.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt resolution 23-063. I don't see the point here. I can't think of any instance when this has actually happened. This is an insurance issue, and I don't think we should be sticking our nose into it.
Okay, Assemblyperson Bernier, go ahead.
This is actually happening in the state. They're actually sending children down to Seattle Hospital, and the state's paying for transgender puberty blocking drugs and surgeries. And until a person's 21 to buy a pack of cigarettes, they should be at least 21 before they take and do surgeries. And thank you.
Further discussion on resolution 23-063. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I believe I'm reading this right, and I had 2 phone calls today from close friends and relatives that had questions. I've got very close friends and relatives from every walk of life, and I just want to confirm. So, I guess me personally, I don't think the government should be in people's wedding chapels or bedrooms or in their doctor's offices, but I just want to make sure when we vote on this that I'm clearly understanding. This is just saying, it's not saying you can't do those things. It's just saying, please don't use taxpayer funds to do them, correct? Correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further discussion? Okay. Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, I was 8 or 10 years as a science teacher and 4 years as a health teacher, and part of the 4-year health curriculum, particularly in the 8th grade, has to do with sex education. And I'm of the opinion, my personal opinions are my own. However, I will tell the kids, and I mean this, I don't give a rip, it's your choice, but get the science right. Because when you are doing these sorts of things, these operations and drugs and such like that, they are irreversible, and they do not generally attain what the person wants, because what the person wants to be is the opposite gender. And when you tell somebody that they can be that, especially when you start when they're very young, and then they have all the stuff done and they find out in the final analysis, they're not what they wanted to be. The suicide rate amongst transgender folks who've done the operation and all that is astronomical. And why not? The thing you wanted most, they said you could have and you can't. So for me, I agree absolutely with the idea that, as many people do, 18 to 21, when you're old enough to make a decision, you can't drink until you're 21, you can't vote until you're 18 you can 18 or 19, whatever it is. So to make a decision like that is lifelong and irreversible at an age when you don't have the wisdom and the judgment. The human brain does not mature until the age of about 25 to 27. So if you're putting a decision like that covers people's whole life for the rest of their life, when the brain isn't even developed enough to make those kinds of decisions, I think somebody, the adults in the room, need to say, hey kids, not now. Later, do what you want. I don't care. But for right now, do not do this. It's just, it's a fraud. It is not presented correctly. My thoughts.
Okay, further discussion? Okay, and I understand there's objection, so Madam Clerk?
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. You're voting on whether you're going to adopt Resolution 23063. Assemblymember Fonoff.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymember Hale opposed.
Okay, thank you.
AM 23040, approval of change order number 1 for contract number 22045C with Serve Base LLC in the amount of $596,000 for ongoing geomatics in the support of the Port McKenzie Rail Extension Project. This was pulled by Assemblymember McKee.
Okay, so Assemblyperson McKee, if you'll move this.
Yes,
This AM.
excuse me, 23-040.
Okay, and then would you like to speak to it, or do you have questions?
Well, I just had a couple comments, and
Okay.
every time this kind of thing comes up, I always make
Sure,
comments.
go ahead.
And I want somebody to tell me, first of all, I think it was Tim said that geomatics are where you're basically going out and studying the land. And I'm telling you, after 30 years, if we're just going out and studying the land, a little bit late to the party, $596,000 worth of late. The second thing is, how much have we spent so far on this thing in the last 30 years on the railroad to nowhere, because it hasn't gone anywhere, and highly unlikely that it ever will. And we've got a lot of projects like that in the state of Alaska. Thought we were going to make this thing an industrial development area, which I think and thought was a really good idea. I have voted for things where I think that is promoting that industrial development area, such as fixing the road, extending the road, whatever the Point McKenzie Road thing is, putting the sleeves on the what do you call those things, pylons? Because that needed to get done to have anything done out there. This is one of those things that you find the nearest rat hole, call it Point McKenzie, throw a bunch of money down it, can't do it. I can't see it. I don't know what the end game is here. And I don't know what we are expecting to accomplish by taking taxpayer dollars and just every time we get the opportunity to throw it at Point McKenzie. We need to know what the end game is here, and we don't know that. So until we know that end game, and we can't keep pouring money in it.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hours, you had comments?
Maybe just a clarifying question. I share some of the same concerns about spending the money. Our discussion has revolved around whether we can make that rail line into a road corridor that would be useful. And that's something that's on the table. And maybe a question for Director Adams is this surveying work, is it useful if we go the route of change? Do we need to do this work in order to have it as a road? In other words, we never get the rail line going. Is this surveying work that we're doing still useful in terms of having that as a road corridor?
So through the mayor, Tom Adams, Public Works Director. So Assemblyman Hours, yes. I mean, effectively what we're doing here is the right-of-way's been acquired through various mechanisms over the course of the past 15 years. And what this is doing is ongoing work to provide a record of survey or platting actions that memorializes the borough's investment in that right-of-way. If we do nothing, then effectively what we do is have done is negotiated the acquisition of lands, but we haven't memorialized that document. And if I might, I would correct the discussion about this being taxpayer dollars. These are actually project funds. These are state monies that were granted to the borough over time to acquire the rights of way. What this is the borough recently sold a parcel of land that was a full acquisition. We then built we built across a portion of that property in order to put the gravel for the rail bed. And now the remnant parcel was sold. Well, the proceeds from that now come back to the borough, and the state is allowing us to use that on the project. If we don't use it on the project to further enhance the survey, those monies go back to the state.
Thank you. And just to follow up, from that standpoint, the fact that these dollars are going towards something that could be a useful asset to the borough, and because we can only use those dollars on this project, I see this as not down a rat hole, down something that could be useful in the future. So I'm going to support this.
Okay. Oh, did you? Well, you were next, but what did you?
I think it was an honest mistake, but in the AM, the date extends it to June 30th of 2023. So I'd like to propose an amendment to AM 23040 to include the following: change order 1 will also extend the agreement period through June 30th, 2025.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to change and add the date. Did everybody hear that okay? Online, did this assembly person, okay, can you repeat it, please? So I don't think everybody heard. So this is an amendment to this AM, okay? And Deputy Mayor.
Because this expires in a few weeks, I'd like to make a motion to amend 23040 to include the following: change order 1 will also extend the agreement period through June 30th, 2025.
Okay. So discussion on the amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson McKee.
So we're not discussing the whole thing, we're just discussing the amendment.
Yes, at this point. And then depending on what happens with the amendment, then we'll come back and discuss the whole thing. Okay? Yes. Oh, sure.
So I guess through the mayor to Ms. McKee, so this is a step in the direction of trying to finalize a project that's been going on for years. So whether this right of way is used for rail purposes, which I agree with you is pretty unlikely, it seems, or whether it's used for a public road, I don't see the borough conceding the right of way that's been acquired. So if that's the case, and we want to retain that that potential use as a road corridor into the future, we need to memorialize this and have that done. And that's what this survey does, using state legislative grant funding, ultimately that has come back that has come back from the sale of the project, as Mr. Adams spoke to. So this is a step in the direction of trying to, I don't want to say bring closure, because I still think we're several
Point of
steps away
order.
from that.
Point of order. Can we vote on the amendment?
Sure.
We have to
Okay.
talk about the amendment first. Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Is there objection to the amendment? Okay, so we need to vote. Then we do have objection. Mhm.
The members in the room can go ahead and vote on the amendment, please. Assemblymember Fonoff.
I would like you to clarify me what is yes and what is no.
The amendment that's on the floor right now that's being voted on is to extend the agreement period through June 30th, 2025.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Thank you. Passed with Assemblymember McKee opposed.
Okay, now if you had further questions about, okay, I think Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead, since you haven't spoken to this yet.
Thank you. So just to clarify for my own mind, this survey would be to record the right-of-way interest that we have purchased.
Go
So
ahead,
through the
sir.
mayor, in effect, yes, Assemblymember Hale, you understand the process, right? We've acquired land by an agreement, either through transfers. I mean, there's a number of entities that we've negotiated with, acquired right away, and this is either a record of survey, a plat. I mean, there's various tools that we're using to memorialize the right of way. Yes.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, would you move to extend the meeting, please?
Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting until midnight.
Okay. Is there any objection? None. Okay. Already now, Assemblyperson McKee, your follow-up questions or comments?
Yeah, 596,000, I don't care what taxpayers it's coming from. The money's coming from the taxpayers, or not just that's just a fact. I don't care if it's coming from my right pocket or my left pocket, it's coming out of the taxpayer dollars. So to that I strenuously object, and I don't think there's any differentiation in it. Memorialize it, I'd rather put up a plaque and say, we screwed up here, let's leave it alone. We just keep going on with this, kind of like the gravel thing. Only we're 30 years on that one, on the McKenzie thing. Why don't we take this 596, wait a minute, we can't use that money. Let's find another pot of money and find out what we're actually going to do and begin moving in the direction of making this an industrial area, which would actually make sense. I can't vote for anything that is going to get me off that track, because probably about a year ago, began having that discussion like, gee, maybe this isn't such a good idea after all. That was a conclusion that we came to after like about 30 years. I'm sticking with it. So until we can find something that's actually going to move something forward in a positive way, I cannot support something like that. I call it a rat hole. I don't care whatever you call it, but it ain't going anywhere.
Okay. Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Adams.
I would love to see the industrial area develop. Yes. I also see the value of this alignment as a road. So there's value in doing this. I think no matter what, we're going to want that alignment. So that's why I'm going to support this.
Further discussion? So I would assume there is an objection, right? You still have your objection? Yeah, okay. So go ahead, Madam Clerk.
The members in the room can go ahead and vote.
And remember, now you're voting on AM 23-040 as amended.
Assemblymember Fonoff.
I vote yes.
Thank you. Passed with Assemblymember McKee opposed.
Okay. So the next item is unfinished business, I believe. Right, ma'am?
Ordinance 23033, an ordinance amending MSB 1730 conditional use permit for earth material extraction activities by creating a registration process for the earth materials extraction of 2,001 to 10,000 cubic yards annually.
Okay, I'd just like to make a statement before we proceed. At the last meeting, Assemblyperson Fonoff had stated the reasons that he didn't have a conflict, and I didn't reply to that. So I need to reply, and I agreed that he doesn't have a conflict, so I need to do that. put that on the record. And then Assembly Person 2, go ahead.
I would like to say that in the past, I had gravel sources, and currently I do not have gravel sources.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm not opening up no gravel sources. 10,000 yards is not enough to go into business.
Okay, all right, thank you. Is,
Should probably make a rule.
yeah, okay, so I expect that you don't have a conflict of interest either then. Right. Yep. And has any of the other assembly members' situations changed since 3 weeks ago when we heard this ordinance before? Nope, I guess not. Okay, thank you. So we have a main motion that's on the floor. And so we'll continue for discussion. And let's see, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I would like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely, and I can speak to it.
Okay. Go ahead.
I think we've been at this for a year and a half, and I think the thing I heard was we need to listen to the people. And tonight, just by my tally, we had 29 people testify. And then I went through the written comments that we've just received for this round, and I counted out the duplicates, and there was an additional 18. So we had 47 opposed to this, and we had 3 in favor, 2 of which are brothers. And that's just been consistent. And I've never seen anything. I've been following the assembly since 1998. I've never seen anything have this much opposition to it. And on the flip side, I do understand that the people who have supported this have spoken, what I've heard very specifically, to wanting to fill and grade. And I think there was a really good suggestion made tonight to come back with land use regulations. So I think out of respect for the public that has told us they don't support this, out of respect for decreasing division, out of respect for that homes are the biggest asset, we should kill this. And if the folks who want to do fill and grade come back with something that's very specific to that, and doesn't have some of this divisive issue. So,
Okay, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Thank you. I too very firmly believe that would be the better way to handle this. And I would like to have a visit on the open record with our attorney, Nick, because I approached him about that before this meeting, wondering if we could just make it a simple land use thing. And there's no way I'm going to be able to explain this as eloquently as Nick can, but it's why when you're basically the gist of what I took away from it was when you're going to adjust a code, you have to work within that code. You can't have conflicting codes. And so I too agree with you on that. Fundamentally, I think that would be the better way to do it, but I also think there could be conflicting codes. And so with all due respect, I'd like to let the attorney speak on that so we don't.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not exactly sure what the question for me is. So our conversation earlier was about the title, that the title was kind of confusing and that you were asking whether it was a simple land use regulation, as you just said. And so we currently have an ordinance on the books that talks about earth materials extractions. And if you wanted to set up a separate permit requirement, not in that code, you would have to amend that code anyway, because that code currently doesn't allow for it, because it already covers the spectrum from 0 to 2,000. And then above 2,000, it's either administrative or full CUP. And what the Assembly's potentially doing, or this ordinance proposes to do, is to create kind of a new category of registration or permit or whatever. They are all land use regulations. The power to do these ordinances are all through land use regulations. That's our power from state law. So I'm not sure.
I guess my question would be, is if we did that, if we set up a separate like fill and grade type process, as mentioned, and I do think ultimately with all of the amendments that were offered up in the last 8 months, I kind of think that's the direction it's headed anyways. But if we did set up that separate process, I guess my question would be, would it be a conflict to the current code unless we change that? And I think you answered that. So.
Yeah, you'd still have to go into 17.30 and carve out whatever portion you were going to then have this new code apply into. You could never enact a new code without amending 1730 because 1730 currently covers everything.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support postponing this indefinitely for the same reasons that I've opposed this ordinance for this whole time, is because it removes the public input. It removes the chance, the opportunity for folks to have a say in what happens in their neighborhood. And I would be interested in seeing some fill and grade legislation come forward, so long as it continued to protect the public by allowing them to have their say at a public hearing.
All right, now remember the motion, what we're discussing is a motion to postpone indefinitely. Okay? Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Does that mean that it's gone?
Means
Okay.
that this ordinance is done.
I just want to
This
say
one.
one thing regarding public notification. These poor folks that have come out here repeatedly, month after month, time after time, and the main thing they required was public input, and it's taken them a year and a half or whatever it is to actually get something done. So hang in there, guys. Public, it's important. But and don't give up just because you're not getting it. Just make sure it says stand and fight. Let's do it.
Okay, further discussion on the motion to postpone indefinitely. Yes, Assemblyperson, you object, okay. Already so. Yeah, we're ready to vote? Okay, we are then.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone indefinitely.
Everybody voted?
Assemblymember Bernier. Thank you. Assemblymember Fonoff.
I vote no.
Thank you. It has failed with Assemblymember McKee, Hale, and Nowers in support.
Okay. Alrighty, then further discussion on the main motion that we have on the floor. And I know there were a number of written amendments. I don't know if anybody wants to move any of those or not. So,
I'd like to make an amendment.
sure.
Okay, so I guess what it says right here is I move to amend OR 23-033 by amending paragraph MSB 17.30.030A1 by adding the words annual. So the amended paragraph will read as follows: small gravel registration and annual registration file with planning department that does not require public notification and shall be approved by the director upon filing that the requirement of the MSB 17.30.039 has been met.
Okay. You want to speak to anything further?
Well, it has been a long time to make this go, and it is a needed tool to help development in our community. I don't see any downsides to it. I hope that my fellow assembly people will pass it with me.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Yes, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to clarify that. So you're adding the word annual, correct?
Yes.
And so, and maybe staff could help me better understand. So by adding the word annual, does that mean that if, say, somebody's done and they just don't renew, that theirs should automatically expire? Or at least I think it would, as I think it should as well, but. Or maybe staff can,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to clarify that adding annual would require that, a renewal, and if you don't do it, you lose your permit, which I think.
Yeah, so what I would tell you, Rob, is if you had a piece of property and you didn't, you wanted to do some more of it next year, that you'd have to reapply for that permit or that registration fee. So it wouldn't go on and on, you know?
I mean, can we get the staff to confirm that, please? Alex, maybe.
before we go any further, would the gentleman that's standing up in front, if you want to stand up, would you stand against the wall or something? Because some people behind you can't see the assembly. Thank you very much. Okay, alrighty. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Alex Strawn, Planning Director for the Borough. I did prepare this amendment for Assembly Member 2. I think the intent of this ordinance was that the registration would be annual. And it was discovered along the way that I hadn't inserted that word. So this is just to sort of carry out the intent.
Clarification?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, Assemblyperson Hale, okay. Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I can't support this because this whole thing's a turkey, and this is just dressing up a turkey. It doesn't have what the people have said, and they keep trying to tell us they want. They see a process that works. What's the number one thing? What's the problem we're trying to solve? 85% of the permits since 2005 are approved, but there's consideration for the neighboring properties. This legislation,
We're on the amendment.
this
please.
amendment
Okay,
doesn't do anything to improve that. If you want to add in that assembly members can't take advantage of this or their family members, if you want to add in that the public has a say, if you want to add in, you've got to consider road impacts, if you want to add in a visual screen, if you want to add in that they have to check off where the drinking water is and show us on the map where they are measuring the groundwater, that starts to get at what the public has asked for. This does nothing, and it doesn't improve on the current process. So I'm just astounded we're continuing to have this discussion when it seemed like people on this assembly were starting to recognize that when you have 95% of the people opposed to something, and this room is empty most of the time, and I've seen entire assemblies change out with a lot less opposition to issues over the years. And the fact that we're not showing respect, I guess I'm speaking to the amendment. We need to stop with this. You need to come back with something that is very specific to what you are talking about, which is I've got a lot with a big hill and I'm trying to fill in a hole. Put this to bed. Come back with something that is narrow like that, because this and that amendment allow people to go gravel anywhere next to people's homes with no notification and no consideration for the impacts on their homes. It's a Chilkoot Charlie kind of government. We're going to cheat the other guy and we're going to pass the savings on to you. You don't get affordable housing by doing it on the backs of the people. So I'm going to oppose this amendment, and I'm going to oppose anything that doesn't have public notice.
Nowers, you're off the amendment. Okay, further discussion. Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, on the amendment, I'm going to support this amendment because it's pretty clear to me that this is going to pass. And if it passed as unaltered as it is right now, the argument could be made that someone got their registration and never had to renew it, and that they could just continue to operate in perpetuity at 10,000 yards a year because they don't have to renew, because it doesn't say it's an annual registration. So I'm going to support that.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Assemblyperson McKee.
I'm getting to the point where any amendment that comes up that will put anything on this, pig on a lips or lipstick on a pig, I don't care, because I'm not going to vote for the whole thing anyway. But I think the attempts that people have made that have tried to amend this thing, and now it looks like you can't even recognize it from a few weeks ago, months ago, whatever. As I said, I'm not going to vote for it anyway, but if I have to vote for something that if I'm going to get outvoted on the main motion, I want that motion to be as good as it can be for the people. But I'm back to the other question though. When I asked my question, okay, if I vote on this, then it goes away forever. Heads shook yes. So that's what I thought. That's what I thought I just voted on. What is it going to take to make this thing die? We had a rooster one time and we did everything but chop its head
Please stay
off.
on the amendment. Please stay on the amendment. Please.
Okay, well, let's talk about the annual thing.
Yes.
That just keeps this alive, which my rooster analogy was my kids did everything but chop its head off. They shot it, they knifed it, they did it because he was attacking everything. Finally, I said, Ryan, go out and take the cleaver. and he did, and it was done.
How
That's
does
what I
that
wanna
have
do.
anything to do with annual?
Because the annual thing keeps
You
this
only do
freaking
that
thing
annually?
alive.
It's chop the head off the chicken?
That keeps it alive, and I want it to die.
I'm sorry, we have to have a little levity around here, I think, when it gets close to midnight. Further discussion on the amendment. And there is objection. Are you objecting to the amendment, Assemblyperson McKee?
No, I'm going to vote for it so we can get this over with.
Okay, so there's no objection then to the amendment. Oh, Assemblyperson Hours. Okay, thank you. So go
The
ahead,
members in
ma'am.
the room can go ahead and vote on the amendment. Assemblymember Fonoff.
I vote yes for this.
Thank you. Pass with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay. Yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have an amendment to offer. I move to amend ordinance 23033 by amending MSB 1730-039C by striking 5 times and inserting 1 time in its place, such that the subsection will read as follows: small gravel registration may not be filed more than 1 time on any one parcel. I'd like to speak to it if I may.
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so if this is really about grade and fill, which is what we're talking about now. I mean, the purpose of this ordinance has changed like half a dozen times, but if we're really talking about grade and fill, then 1 time, 10,000 yards should be sufficient. After that, if you want to continue to extract gravel off that property, go get an administrative permit, which is not difficult or expensive to obtain.
Okay, further discussion on that amendment. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Yep, may I? So I think Tim might be headed in a good direction here, so I just have some clarifying questions. I do believe with, it was mentioned earlier that it was unaltered. From its original form, I think I've personally added in 11 different amendments. So I don't think it's fair to say that it's unaltered. The current process has no hours of operation, no way to protect water table, on and on and on. And I've added all those things in. So I do also believe that this is the intention of this from the beginning was to fix lots like you mentioned. And so my only question would be, for the ones that have more than that, at the discretion of the director maybe or something, could there be extensions on that? So I think in its current form right now, it limits at 5. I think it could be annually renewed up to 5 times. And I just want to confirm, you're trying to reduce that to 1, but for some specific sites, it may require more. And so I guess, what avenue would there be available in that case? Would that be at the discretion of the director or who I trust very much, or would that be, I guess I just have questions in regard to that.
Assemblyperson Hale. go
Yeah,
ahead.
the avenue for extracting more than 10,000 yards would be to then go and get your administrative permit, which again is not difficult or expensive to obtain.
Which is worrisome to me because I think it's been 17 years. I didn't make the map on the wall. I asked the staff to make that. And I think this process has been available for 17 years. And of all of the ones on that in the last 17 years that were not previously grandfathered in, I think there's a total of 9. 1 or 2 of those are borough sites. And if you look out Kinnick, in my district, there's over a 20-mile stretch without a single gravel pit in my district, not one. And so that would be, 17 years. Everyone makes it seem so easy to get. I called a local engineering firm, the Batey Company, and they bid their last one of these packages they put together at $18,000 to put the package together. And said they would never do it that cheap again. So I don't know. I think the marijuana stuff's been available for about 5 years, and there's been over 60 approved. So I don't know. I guess I got my concerns. I guess I'm getting off the amendment, but I agree with you. I think the intent of this is to fix bad lots. I mean, 10,000 yards is 6 feet of gravel on an acre, 3 feet of gravel on 2 acres. We're not talking about a mountain. We're talking about, 3 to 6 feet on 1 to 2 acres. And so my concern is what happens to the lot that has 12 or 15 or 18,000 or whatever it may be. And so I don't have any faith in the current package that you got to turn in when there's only been 9 approved in 17 years. So, anyway, go ahead.
Okay, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, I would just say that if we're going to cut the public out of this process, we should do it as few times as possible. And 5 years, 1 year versus 5 years, 1 year's bad, 5 years is 5 times as bad. And again, your district may be different. In my district, you can't go 4 miles without finding a gravel pit. So it varies from district to district. And I think the crux of the problem here is that we're cutting the public out of the decisions that happen in their neighborhood. And I cannot accept that.
Further discussion? Yes, Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I think just a couple of things I heard, the survey cost. I think it's been pointed out several times that you don't have to do a survey and that you can do the current permit process in a couple hours. And then as to the map, I believe that shows current pits. So I think there's a lot of other pits that have been, are in place or have been in place in the past. And then just to the amendment, the two things I've heard is don't cut the public out of the process. And then if this is really about just lowering hills and filling in holes, make it very specific to that this is too broad. This is 5 years, 50,000 cubic yards of gravel. And it's not specific to just fill in grade. So I think this amendment is more in line with what I've heard is the justification for what is needed in the valley for home builders. So if that's what we're trying to do, I think this is a good amendment.
Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Alex, I'd like you to possibly come up and speak in a minute, sir, but I'd like to offer a secondary amendment to reduce it from 5 annual ones. Tim is trying to lower it to 1, and I would meet him in the middle and make it 3. So secondary amendment.
Okay, so. I'm waiting on you to, because I'm not sure, people down there are sort of shaking their
waiting on
head.
me.
I was waiting for you
Okay.
to write it out so you'd be able to repeat it, please.
The motion is to strike 1 year and insert 3. Excuse me, more than one, strike 1 and insert 3
Okay,
on the amendment.
now ready? Assemblyperson Hale?
I don't think it'll come in as any surprise that I'm opposed to that.
Okay, further discussion on the secondary amendment to change the 1 to 3. Is there objection? Okay, there is objection.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Phaneuf.
I will support that, yes.
It passed with Assemblymember McKee, Hale, and Nowers opposed.
Okay, now, so that takes care of that amendment.
Nope, we are on the primary as amended. That was
Okay.
the secondary.
Okay, so now it's the same what was presented, except 1 has been changed to 3.
Exactly.
Yeah. So we're back on the primary amendment where the 1 as originally proposed has been changed to 3. So now we need to discuss this and then vote on that amendment. Okay, is there objection to that amendment? Okay, we do have an objection. So
We are voting on the primary amendment as amended. If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote.
Actually, I was misunderstood. I do not object to that.
Oh.
Sorry.
okay, but Assemblyperson McKee, do you object to this amendment as amended?
Well, as I understand it, it's what we're saying is we're back to, we just unfortunately voted in the 3, and now we're voting whether or not the 3 should be the amendment. Yeah? Okay.
Very similar to the one you just voted on.
Oh, do I object to it?
Yeah.
Does
Do
anybody
you-
object to
do
it?
you-
No.
Okay, so is there any objection?
I don't know.
Man.
Is there any
Yes,
objection?
I object to that.
What? If the members in the room can go ahead and vote on the primary amendment as amended, please.
From
Assemblymember Fanoff.
I vote no.
Thank you. It passed with Assemblymember 2 and Fanoff opposed.
Okay.
now.
So now there are some more amendments.
Let me get my.
Okay. We'll just let the clerk here catch up with us, please.
Stephanie wanted to talk.
Oh, Assemblyperson Nowers?
I don't want to get ahead of Lonnie there, but I do have an amendment I would propose under section F, subsection 2, to remove,
Oh, you're in the ordinance itself.
yes, I'm in the ordinance itself, to remove the allowance of screen of gravel products. So it would say only extraction is allowed. Further processing such as crushing or asphalt plants are prohibited. And the reason I would support this is because our logic for doing this is that our current process is so onerous, which I don't believe it is. But if that's the case, if that's why we're doing it, then people who screen have to comply with MSHA, the Mining Safety Health Association. As soon as they're screened, they have to do a checklist that is 10 times as complicated, 100 times as complicated as our permit process. So, you know, the idea that we need to simplify a process that's simple and, but allow something that requires an amazing amount of health and safety inspections and records that a person can't comply with ours. Our simple process is able to do this. So just in keeping with the logic again of fill and grade and making permits less onerous where we can, I would remove screening because that requires a level of sophistication that doesn't make sense with what the justification for this process is, why we're getting rid of our process.
Okay. The clerk has a
Assemblymember Nowers, I did not have the ordinance in front of me, so I'm going to
I'm
need
sorry.
you to repeat that
Okay,
now.
so-
And what page are you on?
I'm on page 3 of the ordinance.
Okay,
Section F,
okay,
subsection 2, that
Okay.
says only extraction and screening of gravel products is allowed.
okay,
So that would allow extraction and screening. And what I'm proposing is to strike the words "and screening of gravel products." So this, if passed, would only allow extraction.
oh, got you, okay, got it. Thank you.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor, discussion on the amendment.
Yeah, so I just got a clarifying question for Alex. Originally, I'm the one that took out the manufacturing and the crushing and all those things because those things exceed our 90 decibel kind of threshold that we've set in the borough as to what can be considered obnoxious or whatever. And so that's the reason I took those out. I don't think people should be crushing or manufacturing gravel with this process. My question would be, does anybody know when MSHA kicks in? I have no idea. So do we know it? Like, is it based on size? Is it based on yardage? I mean, if we're going to defer to them, and we should, obviously, but at what point does that kick in? Because there's screening plants small enough to pull behind a half-ton truck that a lot of people have used with, mini excavators or whatever. I mean, they're pretty small. So I guess my question would be is if anybody knows when MSHA kicks in.
Yep, Assemblyperson 2, go ahead.
MSHA kicks in when you remove the product. So if you could screen 1 million yards on that project, it can stay on that project and MSHA won't be involved.
But as soon as you move it off that project to another part of land, then MSHA will kick in.
My understanding is that MSHA kicks in when you are screening. Would make sense that they would not pay attention from a safety perspective, depending on where it's moved. That's my understanding. But
Okay, yes, go ahead, sir.
I did it for a year or two.
Yeah. Deputy Mayor?
Man, I wish we had the answer to that. The reason I took out the other stuff was because it's loud, really loud. Screening, if, 10,000 yards, 6 feet on an acre, 3 feet on 2 acres, if somebody wants to bring in a small screening plant behind a pickup and screen their topsoil so that they can plant a lawn at the end. I mean, that was the original intent. That's why, and I spoke to that at, multiple meetings ago, but now does MSHA kick in when you start screening? I'm sure at some point they're going to, but is it on a tiny little amount of material, or do they kick in when it leaves the site? I don't think this material would leave the site. I don't see how it could. So I don't know. I'm the one that took out or made it so there could be no crushing and manufacturing, but I don't see the reason to take this out if it's much quieter than 90 decibels and somebody may want to screen their own topsoil. So that's my concern with it.
Okay, further discussion on the amendment? Okay, any objection to the amendment? Okay, I'll have the clerk restate it, but I think we do have an objection, but go ahead.
The amendment is in section F, subsection 2, to get rid of the words and strike the words and gravel, excuse me, I just wrote it down wrong, and screening of gravel products.
Okay, you object, okay. So Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on this, on the primary amendment, or the primary amendment, sorry about that.
On the primary amendment to remove these words regarding the screening. Yeah.
Assemblymember Fanoff.
I vote no.
It failed with Assemblymember McKee, Helen Nowers in support.
Okay. Do we have further amendments, or are we ready to?
Yes, Mayor, I have the amendment that I want to present.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I move to amend ordinance 23033 by adding paragraphs MSB 1730.039C1 to read as follows. Additional registrations may be granted by the director upon finding that sufficient material remains to conduct further operations in accordance with the requirements of 1730.039F8. And if I may speak on that a little bit.
Yes, you may. And we do have a printed copy of this in your red folder. Yeah. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, you do. Basically, we just changed from 5 to 3 years. And what I want to say is oftentimes just because you've obtained a permit and you have ability to move up to 10,000 cubic yards, that does not guarantee that you will. And oftentimes that doesn't happen. I mean, you have to be so precise, or you have to have it pre-sold, which doesn't really happen very often. And I believe just because you've intended to remove that much, but you weren't able to, but then the director would be able to review it the next year, in this case, after 3 years, to decide if there's still amount of material that needs to be removed to make that lot buildable. I think that is a very reasonable thing to ask. Another thing is I don't like when people start the project and don't finish it. And in this case, they would not be able to finish it if they had a bad season or they had a very rainy season or just didn't go as planned. But to give them opportunity and at this discretion of director, it will give them ability to issue another annual permit in case there is enough material still left.
Is there objection to this amendment? Oh, yeah, oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to
You.
speak to the amendment if
Yes,
I
go
could.
ahead. Mhm.
So we have basically removed the public's input for the first 3 years, and now we're going to give the planning director the authority to remove the public's input further beyond those 3 years, indefinitely, as far as this language is concerned. And that's, I mean, obviously, I am opposed to removing the public's input about what happens in their neighborhood completely. And so this is just making this worse. We're not moving in the right direction with this amendment.
Okay, Assemblyperson Ellis?
I see the loophole in this, in that if you're a home builder, this could be a great deal in terms of if you found a close source of gravel nearby you. It doesn't have to be a fill and grade. It may just be a close source, and that really reduces your costs. And now you could do not just a fill and grade, but you could do 30,000 cubic yards, and then you could go to the planning director and do it again and again. And again, you've cut the public, the neighbors who are the existing property owners who are next to that gravel pit and have to live with the impacts out of the process, so you can have a little bit cheaper gravel there. So it creates a loophole that I hope the other assembly members who are pushing this can see, that if it's just fill and grade, get rid of those loopholes and you'll lose the public opposition to this. So I can't support this because we're getting away from the intended purpose of this and against what the public has said that they want.
Deputy Mayor?
If it's all right, I'd like to ask the director a couple of questions. So, if it's all right. Yeah. So
Does anybody have any objection? No.
I would like to ask your opinion on this. I guess, if this passed, or at least the way it is right now, it may get amended more tonight. But right now, if it were to pass the way it's written, it clearly delineates that the lot must be left topographically usable, and that you can't have a big hole, right? And those type of things. So what would be your reasoning for? I mean, this would come down to you only on if you made this decision to extend it beyond the 3 years. Can you maybe paint a scenario for us where you might see that being a necessity?
So this amendment, as written, would allow the planning director to continue every year to do another registration for 10,000 cubic yards, as long as they're still taking down a hill and not building a hole.
Removing the hill, but not, I mean, obviously you couldn't leave a hole. You couldn't leave it topographically unusable, I think, because that's all in here. Obviously I'll speak to the other stuff in a bit, but that I added in there months ago, but so that would be the only time that you would deem this be necessary, is if there was still an unusable lot because of a big hill. Okay.
It would be allowed over and over and over again until that hill is gone.
Thank you.
Okay.
May I ask a follow-up question of the director? Two follow-up questions. So, well, just a comment first, that you can do all of that right now with the current permit process. But number two, so it can't, I guess I just wonder, I have questions about how you're going to define that, because you're not leaving a hole, but I know there's places that we see, and there's one off the Palmer-Westall Highway where Mr. Bud marijuana place is located, and it's buildable. It's flat at the bottom, but it's a big depression. So I guess I have questions about how we would define that. And also, we would still, I guess what we'd still be missing from this is any sort of visual buffer or berms from the side. So even if you're taking down a hill, it could still have a big impact on the surrounding property. So just some clarification on the whole definition.
Yeah, so. To
Go
the
ahead,
mayor.
sir.
I mean, it's not totally clearly defined. It would leave a lot of discretion to the planning director. If, I mean, I guess if I were to see a development like where Mr. Budd is on the Palmer-Wasilla Highway, I would say you're digging a hole and you have to stop. But I think it would be all unique circumstances based on that area, and whatever decision the director makes can be appealable to the Board of Adjustments and Appeals.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Please stay. I have no idea where Mr. Budd is. I've never seen it. So I just want to ask some clarifying questions as well. Like, how did we get to that? So the current process is up to 2,000 yards allowable, correct? Per year, that's annually, right? And under the current process of 2,000 yards, is there any protections in there for topography?
None whatsoever.
Is there any reclamation standards? No reclamation. Is there anything about dust or hours of operation?
Under 2,000 cubic yards, there's no protection.
So then I've never seen Mr. Budd's, but it sounds like under the current process, it's pretty easy to abuse the situation. And I'm not saying, well, it sounds like they are, because it sounds like they're making a big hole, but thank you.
Okay, yes, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, when was that hole dug?
So this is, I don't know the answer to that. That's a good question. I think it was quite some time ago.
Prior to
I
2005.
think back in the 90s, it was lease transmission.
Back when the gravel extraction was completely unregulated, that hole was dug. Just
Prior
to be
to
clear.
2005, for sure, yeah.
Deputy Mayor?
Just so I understand, since 2005, it's still allowable to do 2,000 yards. So could you still produce that same result? And again, I don't know where this is. I can't picture it in my mind. I have no idea. But under the current process since 2005, could you continue to dig 2,000 yards every year and dig a huge hole?
That is, you could do that. It would just take you a long time.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson Nowers?
So that's an argument for compliance with regulation. That's an argument for more regulations. So that stuff doesn't happen.
Yeah. Alrighty, Assemblyperson.
Yeah, to
Hale?
dig that hole at 2,000 yards a year would take about 25 years, maybe 30.
All right. Further discussion on the amendment? Is there objection to the amendment?
Yes, there is.
Yes, okay.
If I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the amendment. Assemblymember Fanoff.
Yes.
It passed with Assemblymember McKee, Hale, and Nowers opposed.
Okay. Further amendments then on ordinance 23-033.
Yes, Mayor, I have one more.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I move to amend OR 23033 by deleting subsection 1730.039D in its entirety. And the amendment's printed in front of you, and I'd like to speak on that briefly.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
When last time I was there in person and the conversation was brought up about that, and me and Ms. Mauer were talking about it and how saying that's favoring one person over another. And we also had several things, information that was brought up that said some areas for maybe miles straight, they're not going to be even eligible for payment. However, in some of the more hilly area where there's more hills, there's going to be lots that are closer to each other that are eligible for this lot improvement ordinance is how I would like to call it. And basically by having someone be able to apply for it first and then automatically block that area of half a mile. I think that's not fair to another person who is also in the same situation who wants to improve a lot. It would be like if Fred Meyer built the store first and right away Target's not eligible to build next to it. I think that's not how kind of the liberty and just overall our concept of life works. I think if there is an eligible lot and they are able to improve their lot, I think they should be eligible even if they're near each other. All the other things will still apply if it's where it's it's limited to one person, things like that. But however, I do think when it comes to that radius, it blocks other potential good developments. And oftentimes, even though we have a radius way, but the road structure, it might mean the radius could only be half a mile, but by the road aspect of it, it might take 3 or 5 miles. So in that case, we're actually adding more road, where if we're not allowing this another person who's maybe on the other side of the opposite, where the lots are back to back, to be able to both be eligible for this kind of permit.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment? Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor, on the amendment. So now, not only have we removed the public's option of input for 3 years, possibly more at the director's discretion, but now it can happen you can have 3 consecutive properties all doing the exact same thing. No. What is going on here?
Further
And
discussion?
I'd like to,
Go ahead.
and I guess I made those statements already. Go ahead.
Deputy Mayor?
I have a question. I mainly just want to make sure I'm not confused, and it's probably my fault. I can't hear that well, but I'm the one that originally stuck the half a mile in, and I had a map printed up on the wall here. I chose an area with Alex in my district, and we overlaid different radiuses, quarter mile, half mile, and 1 mile. The one that I brought up was 500 and a half a mile equates to 502 acres. And so that would be the red one in mine. And so I just want to understand this. If this amendment passed, it would take it from a half a mile down to 0. Okay. Right now, currently, I believe previously Moki had amended this to make sure that you could only have one of these permits, correct? Like one person, you couldn't abuse the system and go get like 20 of them all willy-nilly or something. I would like to leave my half a mile in there. I think it's the safest thing to do it. It's a rather big area. It's probably, I don't know what an average subdivision is, 20, 40 acres. So you're talking, it's quite a distance. I think I counted 17 different access points the other day when I was working with that. It seemed like it was a lot of options for people to come in and out or whatever, but it may not affect most folks, but I am worried about taking it down to 0. So I'll leave it at that.
Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
I'm sad we're spending time on this still because I feel like there's some issues we really should be talking about. But this whole half mile thing is problematic, and it's because when you put it in place, anybody who applies under that, it gets a certain rule, and the next person who comes along gets to go through the process that you think is onerous. So again, we're trying to back into something. I think we're being disingenuous, and we're creating problems. I mean, it certainly reduces the number of pits that could go in next to homes with no notification, but if setting up a two-tier system for your businesses, because the first guy who comes along gets to go $100 and sign a piece of paper that says, I'll do a good job, I promise. And the next guy comes along and he's got to pay $1,500 and fill out a plan and have it reviewed. And, you know, if it's administrative permits, 30 days. So, again, you're.
Can I add to that, please?
So it's just, I can't believe I have to vote on something like this, but I will, and I'll do my best on it.
Go ahead.
If I may speak quickly. Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'd like to explain a little more because I think if we had a road miles would have been different and the actual radius, and oftentimes it's the lots could be a lot closer, but if you were to actually drive it, it will be a lot more further distance. And I think it does prevent, it doesn't give equal rights to another person who wants to do the same thing in that fairly close area. And I don't think that's almost plain favoritism of who sits at 12:01 a.m., on January 1st and applies for that, and then it automatically blocks the other guy. It almost could be manipulated to prevent somebody to improve their lot. So I appreciate Ms. Nauer's support to make it more fair. And we don't do that to stores. We don't do that to the gravel pits that are licensed. By why in this specific lot improvement ordinance, we would do that to lots that are eligible for it. That's my argument for this.
Okay. Is there objection to the amendment? Okay, we do have objection. Madam Clerk?
I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on the amendment, please. Assemblymember Fonoff. Assemblymember.
Yes, it's my amendment.
Thank you. And has failed with Assemblymember Fonoff and 2 in support.
Okay. Is there further amendments to ordinance 23-033? Assemblyperson.
Before we discuss any more amendments, I'd like to get some clarification from the attorney on if we're allowed to go past midnight.
Go ahead.
Well, to move to suspend the rules and go past midnight, you need 2/3 vote to begin with.
5 people.
So that's 5. There is a robust debate in Alaska about whether you can go past midnight. I think if you have a reason to and you have to get business done, that you can. There are some that say it's an Open Meetings Act violation because you go to the next day. To that, I respond, we also advertise that our meetings start at 6. Does that mean we have to adjourn at 7? Right. So I think you can go past if you have a reason that you need to go past, such as the introductions and whatnot. But you still need, under our code, you have to mandatorily adjourn at midnight unless you have 2/3 vote.
So I have another question for you then. So introductions for the next meeting, they have to be introduced tonight to be on the next meeting, correct?
Absolutely.
And you're saying the only way that can happen is A, it happens before midnight, or B, we make a motion and 5 of the 7 of us agree to extend this meeting, correct? Okay, I would like to make a motion to extend this meeting to 12:30.
Okay. Is there objection? Okay, we do have objection. All right.
Is there objection?
Yes, I saw 2 hands down here. So
I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on extending the meeting, please. Assemblymember Fonoff.
Yes.
It passed with Assemblymember McKee, Hale, and Nowers. Oh, I'm sorry, it did not pass. And you guys could just keep moving while I write down this vote because we are running out of time.
yes.
I would like to ask Mayor to have us, since we don't have any more amendments, to just vote as amended already.
I didn't understand.
Are we on the main motion, Madam Mayor?
We should be.
Yeah.
I would like to call a question.
Okay. Is there objection to calling the question?
Yes.
Can you please reset I apologize. Thank you.
Good, so the question has been called and we do have an objection. So we'll have to vote on whether, call a question.
Can I get the members in the room to go ahead and vote on calling for the question, please? Assembly Member Fonoff.
I agree, yes.
It passed with Assembly Member McKee and Nowers opposed. We are directly on the main motion. It must be voted on now.
Okay, so we have the main motion as amended.
Is there objection?
Is there objection? Oh, okay.
Sorry, I reset if I can get the members in the room to go ahead and vote. We're voting on the main motion. Assembly Member Fonoff.
Yes.
It passed with Assembly Member McKee, Hale, and Nowers opposed. Madam Mayor, we are moving on to introductions.
Can I?
Oh, sure.
Okay,
Vote.
so I'm going to veto ordinance 23-033 because I think it's bad public policy. Okay, so the next item is or do we have to vote on something?
It's up to you or the assembly whether somebody wants to move to override your veto at this point, Madam Mayor, or it can appear on the next agenda.
Okay, what is the assembly's request? The next assembly, or you want to vote on overriding the veto tonight?
How many does it take to override?
5.
5.
Might as well handle it tonight.
Okay. Already, so I guess you can proceed to vote on then whether you want to
So bear
override my
with me.
veto.
So Assembly Member Nowers moved to override the mayor's veto. It does take 5 votes. If you want to override it, you would vote yes.
Can I speak to it? Briefly.
Can I finish explaining? Yes. So if you want to override the veto, you would vote yes. If you want the ordinance to stand, you would vote no.
You want the veto to stand.
Sorry, it's midnight and I'm trying to explain a vote.
So say it again. No. So voting no says I don't override the veto. Okay.
That's right.
I'm having an issue right now. So the motion on the floor is to override the veto. Sorry, I'm having a blank.
Okay, so if you
Please
vote
explain it.
to override the veto,
We've got
then the
6 minutes,
ordinance,
everybody.
pardon?
We've got 6 minutes to
Okay.
get through all of this and the agenda.
So, yeah, so if you want to override the veto, then you vote yes, right? And if you want to support the veto, you vote no.
And if we,
That sounds like it makes sense, Madam Mayor. I was having
Hopefully
a
it does in
problem.
the morning.
and if we do this tonight, we're done with it.
Okay. Alrighty, so I think,
If I can get the
People know.
members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assembly Member Fonoff.
Yes.
And failed with Assembly Member 2, or excuse me. The motion to override failed with Assembly Member 2 and Fonoff in support.
okay, the next item on our agenda is the introductions. And I don't know if maybe the attorney or the clerk can tell me, can she just read the numbers
I
rather
always
than?
do. I
Okay,
always do.
okay.
Introduction for public hearing on June 20th is ordinance 23042, ordinance 23043, ordinance 2350, ordinance 2351, ordinance 2352, ordinance 2353, ordinance 2354, ordinance 2355, 56, 57, 59 with accompanying resolution 64, and ordinance 2360 with accompanying resolution 2365.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set the public hearings for June 20th, 2023.
Is there objection? Hearing no objection, the legislation is introduced. And we do still have vacancy reports and reconsideration, not reconsideration.
Let's do the vacancy report very quickly.
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendation as follows. Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School Issues, resignation of Moki 2, appointment of Robert Yunt and Dee McKee. Matsu Borough Fish and Wildlife Commission, resignation of Robert Yunt, appointment of Moki 2, West Lakes Fire Service Area number 136, Jedediah Cox, Gold Trail RSA number 28, Jeremy Hansglow.
Is there discussion? Is there any objection? Okay, the assembly report, or the vacancy report, is approved. Okay, the next item is under other new business, motion to rescind. We do, yeah.
I would like to make a motion to propose, I'm sorry. I would like to make a motion to postpone that, because I apologize, until the next public meeting on June 20th.
Okay. So do you want to make your amendment? Okay.
On the Long Lake logging, I would like to take and postpone that and
Well, he moved to postpone, but add what you thought.
what I'd like to see, look down the avenue for the land trust, purchasing that, and
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that is
Okay.
not germane to the rescinding of this.
Okay.
They could direct the manager, but that has
Okay.
nothing to do with this resolution.
Okay, so they can't move to postpone then either? We
They
have to
can,
vote on
they
the-
can, but doing what Assemblymember Bernier wants
Okay,
to do
that was
is not germane to the resolution. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Okay. So is there objection to postponing until the next regular meeting? Okay, I don't hear anything. So let's quickly have assembly comments and I'll recognize the assembly person there.
I want to thank everyone for coming out. Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us all together again. Thank you for this month of June. May we remember today, June 6, 79 years ago, on D-Day, of all the young men that lost their lives that day. Thank you, Lord, for the salmon coming back in June. May you bless all the families with bountiful catches. Thank you for growing season. May you bless our weather. Please keep our residents safe in the womb and out of the womb. May you give comfort and support to the homeless, addicted, the less fortunate. May you work on the hearts of our legislatures. May you live in a country under God. Please help our leaders. Bless our nation, state, and borough. Please bless our families, Lord. Please bring us about a great revival. In Jesus' name, amen.
Did you want to make your comment about the direction of doing the,
Yes, I would like to take on the logging, look at the land trust purchase and become part of the recreational area.
okay. Anybody else have comments?
I just wanted to thank the public for their participation and coming out over and over. Very much appreciated. Sorry you had to take time out of your day.
Deputy Mayor, comments?
I'll be back tomorrow morning to start doing some research on the road paving issue there that happened, or lack thereof. And then maybe some discussion with staff about the house lease or the home leases, the property leases in Point Mac. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson McKee, comments?
We got her done. That's about as much as I want to say, and I'm glad for that. I'm really glad for that. I think that we needed it.
Assemblyperson, 2 comments?
I would like to be involved also with the homeowners out at Point Mac and then find out about the LID problem.
Okay, all right. Assemblyperson Hale, parting comments?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Assemblyperson Ponoff on parting comments?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Thank you so much for everyone and a lot of patience. And like I heard the very clear testimony from the Point Mac family, I would like to hear know more about the situation. Hopefully we can do something to help you guys out.
Okay, with that, I'll adjourn at 12:02.
Thank you very much.